I hereby call to order the February 6, 2019 meeting of the Palm Springs City Council. Would everyone please rise for the presentation of the colors and the Pledge of Allegiance by Boy Scout Troop 262.
Attention! Color guard, advance! Colors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Boy Scout Troop 262. City Clerk, would you please do a roll call?
Councilmember Holstedge.
Present.
Councilmember Middleton.
Present.
Councilmember Roberts.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Kors.
Present.
Mayor Moon.
Present.
All council members are present.
Thank you. Next item is presentations. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I think what we'd like to start off with is, and Mayor, I'm going to turn over to the subcommittee, to yourself and Council Member Roberts on the Plaza Theater. We have a couple pictures of the special meeting that you had at the Plaza Theater. If we could show the slides, please.
Do we just have slides, Doug?
Well, I'm going to show. So there. We'll come back to this one, but. Just want to let you know, there's the mayor and Councilman Roberts giving the presentation, and the packed audience was sort of amazing, much more than we expected. It was almost full seating, and what we have is that was Gensler partly giving the presentation, and we even had popcorn. So that was it was actually a very fun event. And to the subcommittee, I'd turn it over to Mayor and Councilman Roberts.
I would just simply say that it was a great turnout. We, as Dr. Reddy said, it exceeded our expectations in turnout. We got a tremendous response, a lot of great ideas. Our sole focus at this point will be fundraising for this. And we'll be, we've already begun to set up a website and a 501c3 for being able to take donations for it. We'll have a web page following our progress on this. And what else should I say on it? I think that's pretty much it. It's off and running. It'll probably take us a few years to get this funded, but we're ready to focus on it.
Yeah, and what's really made this possible, one, JR's enthusiasm and experience in this has really got people excited, but also the fact that the council had authorized Gensler the funds for Gensler to do this study, which we now know the scope of the program. It's hard to manage something you can't measure, and now we actually know what needs to be done. We can move forward. So thank you everyone for who came out. The theater seats 640 people, and it was almost full.
Yeah.
So that was great.
Great. Thank you. And it's just a second presentation I have just very quickly, Mayor. We have a couple slides if you could bring up on the buzz. Just as you know, the buzz is back. And just last week or week before, there was a ribbon cutting, the relaunch. And obviously this was Councilmember Middleton, who is the liaison to Sunline. I would actually turn it over to her. But before she starts to talk, I want to show another picture. There's some more pictures of the ribbon cutting. And this is an interesting statistic. We did get just from January 10th to the 31st, their ridership was 4,300. And that second bullet point, what they call as passengers per revenue hour. So basically it's 14.5 passengers per hour. And by comparison, when we had the original Buzz program, the last time frame for that exact same period that it ran, that 14.5 number was only 16.2. So I think it's amazing that since we haven't had the Buzz for all this time, and this was the first 3 weeks, and just jumping back in to have 14.5 per hour, I think is a pretty good statistic. So I would turn over to Councilmember Middleton if there's.
Okay. It was great to see the Buzz come back. Again, tremendous compliments to the CEO of Sunline Transportation, Lauren Skyver, and her team. We are thrilled to see it come back. It is a great amenity for our community, and it is now, I believe, an affordable amenity. Over the next 2 years, we'll have an opportunity for Sunline to evaluate this. Reminder to everyone, this is a Sunline operation. Our commitment is 2 years of subsidy. After that, it is a program that Sunline will find the financing for, or it is likely that it will not continue after those 2 years. This does, though, fit into a larger model for Sunline of looking at more discrete routing and looking at vehicles that are smaller than the traditional buses that we've all grown up with. So I want to thank all of my colleagues for their support on making this happen, and we look forward to seeing what the next 2 years are like.
Okay. Any other comments? Anything else, Dr. Reddy?
No, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. The next item is acceptance of the agenda. The City Council at this time will discuss the order of the agenda and may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on consent calendar items, and request consent calendar items be removed for discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items any council members would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion and or vote? Anyone? Your microphone's not on. Now it's on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wasn't my fault. The button wasn't working. I'd like to pull 1F as in Frank, and 1J, and 1L.
Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Forrest.
I think that was 2 of mine. 1D as well, please.
Anyone else? Seeing none, do we have a motion to accept the agenda as amended with the following items pulled from the consent calendar? 1D, 1F, 1J, and 1L. Motion made by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor.
Oh, it's not working. So with Councilmember Holstead recording a yes vote, that's 5-0. Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Report of the closed sessions. City Attorney, Mr. Kotkin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We did not discuss the Lockwood matter, which is one of the existing litigation matters noticed for the agenda, but we did take up the other 2 existing litigation matters. We discussed a total of 6 out of the 8 anticipated litigation matters in closed session. We discussed a total of 5 of the initiation of litigation items that were noticed on the agenda. We did discuss my evaluation, and we discussed the Highway 111 relinquishment real estate item, noticed, but didn't get to the other two real estate items. And we did confer with our labor negotiator as per the noticed agenda. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. And rather than adjourn back to closed session, I'll leave it to the subcommittee. I think I can cover the Lockwood-Oswett matter via an email to the council as opposed to a continuation of closed session. So that's kind of up to the five of you whether we adjourn back or not. That concludes my report.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calkins. Do we know whether we're going to want to adjourn for that, or?
Again, I think I can do it via an email update.
Okay, yeah, I think it'd be better.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next item is public testimony. Public testimony for non-public hearing agenda items only. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council only on non-public hearing agenda items. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. You're asked to begin your time by telling us your city of residence and what agenda item or items you are speaking about. To remind, testimony for public hearings, and we have 5 of those this evening, will only be taken at the time of the public hearing, and general public comments for subjects not on tonight's agenda will be taken at a time later in the evening. So our first speaker, right now we have 4 people who have requested to speak. The first one is Elsie Danielson, then Daryl Terrell, then Yasmin Espinoza, and then Edward Holzhauer. Anyone else wishes to speak, please put a card into the city clerk at this time.
I'm on? Okay.
Yes.
First time after living here 54 years that I've come to the council. Thank you. Yes. Well, wait till you hear what I have to say.
So I don't see.
I'm here to speak about the L1, the okay, just a second here. At 85, I never can remember anything. The sanctuary city. It's.
Ignore that. I started you over. Okay.
It's very controversial, and it doesn't matter what I think, and really, it doesn't matter what each one of you think. I think it's something that should be put on a ballot for the city to decide for themselves, not for just a couple of people, to decide for all of us. I think it's something that should go on the ballot. It's that important, and I think being that controversial, I think that nobody is responsible, nobody takes the blame. It's the whole city decides whether it's going to be a sanctuary city or not.
Thank you, Ms. Danielson. Next speaker is Daryl Terrell, followed by Yasmin Espinoza, then Edward Holzhauer.
My name is Daryl Terrell. I'm from Moreno Valley.
Sorry.
Oh. Okay. Oh. Tonight I'm here and I stand in support. Tonight I'm here and I stand in support of your resolution. In my community, I've seen the determination of my immigrant brothers and sisters working long hours and sometimes working at low wages without taking a single dime from the government, and at the risk at any moment of losing it all just to build a better future for their families. I've seen the heartbreak and anxiety of kids whose moms and dads might be taken away from them just because they didn't have the right papers. I've seen the courage of students bravely came out as undocumented in the hopes they can make a difference in our community and the country they love. These folks are our neighbors, our classmates, our friends, our co-workers. They did not come here in search of a free ride or an easy life. They came to work, study, serve in our military, and above all, they came in search of a hope and a dream. Scripture tells us that we shall not oppress a stranger, for we know the heart of a stranger, because we were once strangers ourselves. Whether our forebears were strangers who crossed the Atlantic, the Rio Grande, the Pacific, we are only here in this country because they welcomed us here. And that we as a people, as a country, that we have to remember, and that's what Palm Springs always represented. They represent, you guys always represented a welcoming city. And that's why I'm here in support, and I always come here to support a lot of items you hear on the agenda, because despite our differences, we're all in this together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Next speaker is Yasmin Espinoza, followed by Edward Holzhauer.
Good evening. My name is Yasmin Espinoza. I'm a resident of Palm Springs and the Coachella Valley. The reason I came up again this evening is to speak to you about Sanctuary City. It is very important. I have been to the border. I help with the shelters that are happening down there. I have helped in San Diego and Mexicali. I raise donations for these areas because the need is there. We are also up against ICE dumping children and women, and we have seen this for our own eyes in the streets of San Diego. They have no money, they have no idea of the communication or map or how to get to the airport or bus terminal. We have taken them there through the shelters, we have clothed them, fed them, and continue to help them in any manner. They are here as asylum seekers, but now it's happening here in the Coachella Valley, and we need the Palm Springs ordinance to be fulfilled in that, so that they have that chance when they get here, that they're not just dumped by ICE or any other law authorities that are happening. These are just simple women and children and men. And I have no problem being a 60-year-old woman and going into these shelters and helping. I am not threatened. I see no violence. And I'm coming forth because it's a witness testimony. I have been there. I am seeing this. It's saddening on all kinds of levels. And I please reconsider and make it a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Espinoza. Our next speaker is Edward Holzhauer. Mr. Holzhauer at this time is our last speaker who's requested to speak. So anyone else who wishes to speak, please put a card in now.
Good evening. My name is Edward Holzhauer. I preside in Palm Desert as well as the Coachella Valley. I have been all over the Coachella Valley speaking about sanctuary city status. I'm here this evening to speak to you again about that. The ordinance that you currently have in place does not have that protection for sanctuary city status. I as well have been to San Diego to see what is happening at the border. Again, these people present themselves legally seeking asylum. Our current administration is dumping them into cities. Let's be real about the facts. They are being dumped with ankle bracelets, no money, and no protection, and they don't speak English. Those protections that would be in place by sanctuary city status would help protect those individuals. They are being dumped in Coachella Valley. It is happening here. We cannot ignore it. And so I hope that you would move forward with that ordinance. I also want to applaud you for taking up the consideration of affordable housing. I am a manager of a retail business, and I had an associate who worked for me, and she was homeless for 5 weeks, living in her car because she could not find affordable housing in the Coachella Valley. She had a job, a paycheck, and no roof over her head, and she and her 5-year-old son were sleeping in Civic Center Park. We must do more, and I applaud you, and I hope that you move forward with that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holzhauer. Our next speaker is Dieter Crawford.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I'm going to speak on a couple items, so I'll run through them pretty fast. First off, I'm here to support the change to even-numbered election years. I think that would be a great plus for the city, and I think that would increase voter turnout if the city elections were at the same time as the state and the federal elections. And then on the CVRA working group recommendations, priority 1, increasing the council compensation. I think that would be a good idea to bring the council's compensation in line with the median income of the city. And then as far as priority 2, the boards and commission meeting times, I think that it would work better if the meetings were in the evening. That way working class people would have time to attend the meetings and participate on the boards and the commissions. And as well, one thing that I didn't see in there, I saw daycare for council members, but maybe daycare for families that are attending the council meetings here for their families. And then on the R1 small lot development, I'm all for affordable housing, but I think the 5,000 square foot lots are pretty small and they're going to create density issues. And last but not least, I just want to thank you guys for coming up with the cannabis odor control and compliance thing. I think that'll be a really help to the community and to the city as a whole. Once again, my name is Dieter Crawford. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Mr. Mejia, do we have any other people who wish to?
No other speakers?
Any more speakers?
No.
Okay, seeing none, we will close the first public comments. Next item, City Council Subcommittee and City Manager's comments and reports. This time is set aside for the City Council to provide additional general comments, reports, and announcements. Additionally, this time is set aside for the City Manager to update the City Council on important items initiated by staff or previously requested by the City Council. Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. And before that, I made an error in not pulling one I because it looked like a J with my contacts not working at the moment and my glasses that aren't quite up to date. So is there something we can do so I can pull one I?
When we pass the consent calendar,
Right.
I'll just
Yeah.
add one I to it.
Is that fine?
Yeah, we
Okay.
haven't
If
passed.
I can as well, because I made an error. I also did the same thing and I accidentally pulled one F when I meant to pull one G. So since we're fixing those mistakes
So
together.
not one F?
Correct, not one F, just one G.
And then I have some.
Okay, so we've got one, these aren't in order. We've got one D by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Coors, one J from Councilmember Holstage, one L from Councilmember Holstage, one I, Councilmember Coors, and one G was Councilmember Holstage? Is that correct? Any others? Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Okay, thank you. A couple things to report. First, the Desert Community Energy Program had its meeting on Monday. We'll be meeting again on February 24th as we're looking at potential launch dates. One of the recommendations that we'll be considering on that day is that the default program that people will automatically get unless they choose to opt to a different program will be 100% carbon free, really focusing on the environment and climate change. We've already voted for the city to do that, but this would be the default. People will have the option of opting out and staying with Edison or doing a less than 100% carbon-free option. So once we make that determination, there'll be a lot more information out to the public, and we'll do a report for council on that plan moving forward. The Palm Springs Greater Palm Springs Convention and Visitors Bureau met on January 25th. And just a quick synopsis, in the month of December, their advertising results were 3 billion television impressions, 260,000 television spots, over 2 million digital impressions. Just to give people a sense, last year, Facebook had 8.5 million impressions and 350,000 followers. And similar numbers and increase in Instagram and Twitter. So just the increase in our visibility as a tourism destination has been considerable over the last year and continues to grow. We recently had an update from our Tourism Bureau, but I would just want to give this brief update on that. That's all available online if people want all the details. PS Resorts met on January 29th. The big news is they are ready to enter into a contract to bring Marilyn back. The goal is to bring her back in a temporary basis by the summer. Grit Development has offered to provide private property on their spot for a temporary location. I did suggest they speak to the subcommittee, since I'm not on it, regarding anything in the downtown park and where they want it, and that before they sign a contract, it really should come for council for final approval if it's going to be on public property. So I just wanted to alert the subcommittee, since I didn't weigh in, but I wanted to make sure you both knew that was moving forward, and they're ready to sit down and meet and talk about that. They also voted to pay for a study of parking in our central business district. That's already underway. At my request, they did add the impact on neighboring communities, the neighborhoods that border the central business district, where we're having spillover parking, especially employee parking, and the impact that's having on some of our neighborhoods. So once they have a meeting, there'll be a full report back to PS Resorts and then to council on their recommendations from their consultant. They also requested that we bring back a 5-year extension of the PS Resorts agreement. So city manager, at some point we can work on that. I think there's some changes I'd like to recommend in language. But that expires this year, so just so we don't lose track of it and have to come back. We also recently had our homeless point in time count. This is something that happens everywhere in the country on the same day. I really just want to acknowledge our staff did a great job. We had, in addition to a lot of our city staff, we had 65 volunteers, the maximum I think the county would let us have. And it's so important that people come out and participate, because funding is based on our count. And so if we don't get an accurate count, we don't get the necessary funding, and we don't have the information about our homeless residents in order to provide the services we need. So I know there'll be more reporting on some homeless data from Councilmember Holstage later, but I just want to take the opportunity to thank everyone for coming out and participating. And just two other things, so the rest of the council knows, I was elected as vice chair for the Convention and Visitors Bureau, as well as vice chair for Desert Community Energy on both of those JPAs. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Thank you, Mayor. We already talked about the Plaza Theater. That was more than a subcommittee meeting. I wanted to mention that the Cannabis Ad Hoc Committee met, and we're still working on a lot of the same issues we've been focusing on, which is odor control. Mayor Pro Tem Kors, what is the name of the new device?
It's an odorometer. Is that right? Odor. It sounds like something out of a John Waters movie.
The city of Palm Springs now has access to the odorometer, just so you know.
No. It's better, and you liked it the most. It's called the Nasal Ranger.
Oh, it's the Nasal Ranger. We will be having this up for rent. No, I'm kidding. But the Nasal Ranger, kidding aside, is a whole new technology and measuring odors in the air and the density of odors in the air. And this will make a significant difference for us to be able to do the measurements out in the field around and near cannabis facilities and in the neighborhoods that adjoin them. So we're excited about that technology. We also had a lively discussion about taxation. The city wants to continue to be competitive in the taxation on cannabis. Different cities are doing different things. The city of Palm Springs spearheaded and stays involved with 3 other cities here in the valley, which is Cathedral City and the city of Desert Hot Springs, so that we pay attention to what we are doing individually and collectively. And we may be bringing some suggestions back to council on some taxation changes. Another an issue that we looked at because we were asked was density issues in certain neighborhoods, so that we have found that in certain industrial areas, we're getting a much higher density of cannabis-related businesses. So we're going to look at breaking that up into districts, so to speak, or breaking the city up into areas and then looking at limiting the number of cannabis-related businesses in each district or area. And that's all I have.
Can I add one more?
And please do.
Yeah. Just on cannabis, if we could, our goal is on February 20th to bring back the tax recommendations on cannabis, because we have some recommendations on lowering taxes that we met with staff on already. And regarding the industrial zones, we also wanted to bring back, based on our outside expert and experience, a moratorium in the industrial zone immediately adjacent to Desert Gateway. So we definitely want to make sure that those can come on the 20th, and that we don't process any new permits in that industrial zone, because the concentration gets to a level where They can't, even with great odor control plans, they can't really limit it, and they can't use the nasal device, whatever it's called, to really determine where it's coming from.
May I inquire, Mr. Mayor? There was another area that had been discussed for potential application of the moratorium. May I confer with the subcommittee to get that direction subsequent to the meeting?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Not a problem. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I see in the front row Brian Daly from Red Cross, and I want to first do a big shout out to the Red Cross and to Mr. Daly and his team. On January 26th, I was able to be present when our local Red Cross, with over 75 volunteers, installed 166 smoke alarms in homes at the Sahara Mobile Home Park. They did all of this using funds that had been contributed to Red Cross at no charge to the local residents. And each one of these smoke alarms has a 10-year warranty that is associated with the battery. This is the kind of action that shows the type of community that we have, as well as Red Cross over the course of the year on 70,000 occasions makes contact with individuals in their homes following up after a fire or an emergency in their homes. So again, Mr. Daly, thank you, and thank you to all of your team. We're looking forward to follow up in other locations of low-income residents in the city to make their homes more safe. Continuing on that theme of volunteers, this afternoon I had an opportunity to attend and give the keynote address at the USO Annual Volunteer Appreciation Luncheon. Over 90 local volunteers for the USO that in the course of the last year contributed in excess of 200,000 volunteer hours serving our men and women who are in uniform, who happen to be visiting our local Bob Hope USO. I see a couple of people in the audience who are among those volunteers, and it's truly another example of what makes our city so special, that there are so many people that volunteer. And Mr. Mayor, your name came up many times in terms of people with warm memories of your own appearances at the USO. Last Thursday was the Riverside County Transportation Commission annual workshop, also known as RCTC. One of the things I'm learning in being involved in transportation issues is no sentence is complete without at least one acronym, and frequently far more than that. But some really critical issues that are being faced by our region. Most importantly for those in the western Riverside County area, and that is where the most significant traffic issues exist within our region, and most of those related to individuals living within Riverside County, but working in Los Angeles and in Orange County, and the traffic issues related to trying to get in through those passes and into Los Angeles. There is one intersection in the city of Corona right near the 91 interchange where local traffic generally takes in rush hour mornings over an hour to go one block. And I heard testimony from one individual in the public who said, if I drive west to the Home Depot that's 3 blocks from my house, that takes an hour. If I drive east to the one that is 1.5 miles away, that takes 10 minutes. Then I got to figure out what to do for the next 3 hours before I can come home. Fortunately, we do not have those kinds of issues here in the Coachella Valley. But second issue that is impacting our region significantly is the tremendous growth in warehousing operations in both Riverside and San Bernardino counties, which are creating jobs for our region and within our region, but also creating a tremendous impact on our freeways and highways. There is, as a part of the various measures that are going on today, pushback from some of those developers on what is known as a TUMP fee, transportation utilization mitigation fee, and trying to reduce those. Most of us are pushing back on those reductions because we need those fees in order to be able to add the additional lanes that are needed on our freeways. The last area that came up significantly in the discussions is the unified view of individuals in the Coachella Valley of the importance of bringing rail transportation on a regular basis from the Los Angeles metropolitan region to the Coachella Valley. Councilmember Holstage and I on January 29th were able to participate in a significant retreat on our public library. We were joined by over 70 individuals that are civic leaders here in Palm Springs. There was a very strongly led discussion by Tony Garvey, an independent librarian out of Minneapolis who's been involved in a number of rebuilds and new buildings for libraries. Our library on Sunrise is older. It's a beautiful architectural building, but one with extreme limitations in terms of its ability to adapt to any new programs, as well as to be able to maintain the existing programs that we have. And it has the triple issues that exist so often in older buildings. The plumbing no longer works. The roof needs to be have significant repairs, and the HVAC system is no longer up to the standards that are needed. We had a wide-ranging discussion of issues in terms of what our library should be doing, what it should serve, who are the people that it should serve, and how can we move forward. And there certainly are some significant options that are available to us. I think it is going to be important over the next few months for City Council to schedule a session in which the entire council has an opportunity to hear from the experts in the city as well as nationally as to what are the options for us moving forward with our library. Do we rebuild and expand the library at its current location? Do we seek some type of partnership with another entity to perhaps relocate in our downtown area? Or do we look at options to work with the College of the Desert and Palm Springs Unified School District on a potential library? At this point, none of us on the subcommittee are ready to recommend any particular option, but what I will very much say, the existing building is not capable of meeting the 21st century needs of our library. It is not a library that today, in terms of its structure, addresses the kind of vision that our community has for our library. And in closing, as we approach this, one of the things that surfaced, and here I want to thank Henry Weiss, who was the chief librarian in Palm Springs for over 20 years in his history of the Palm Springs Library. The first public library in Palm Springs was authorized in 1924 by a vote of the then Palm Springs Presbyterian Church that set aside space within the church grounds for the use of a general purpose public library. And until the Wellwood Library came about, that was in fact our public library. It first opened in the year of 1925. We have now about 6 years in which to plan for what will be the second century of our library, and I think that is a good time frame for us to do the planning and really encourage us to recognize that for so many of us, the library is that special place that we first became aware of a universe far beyond anything we had ever imagined. And so many of us owe our careers and our educational achievements to those first few days in a public library. And I want to make sure that as we move forward, we have those kinds of institutions for the children of today and the children of tomorrow. Thank you.
Councilmember Holstage, your name was up. It is not up anymore. Did you?
It was all reported on already, so I'll hold my time. Thank you.
Councilmember Middleton's name just popped up. I know. No, that's all right. Dr. Reddy?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and members of council. I just wanted to just let you know and our appreciation and say thank you to the Agua Caliente Banacuya Indians that they had provided the fire department with a grant for $50,000, and it's going to be able to buy 2 pieces of equipment, cardiac monitor, defibrillator, and an auto pulse system. The auto pulse system is this machine equipment that performs automatic chest compressions, and both of these will be placed on the medic unit that is in service in our downtown station, and it certainly will enhance our paramedic response and ability, and we want to thank the tribe for their generous contributions. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, the next item is the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items 1D, 1G, 1I, 1J, and 1L. Motion is on the floor made by Councilmember Roberts, seconded by Councilmember Holstage.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, City Clerk. First item that's been pulled, Councilmember Coors, is item D1D, Amendment Number 5 to Agreement A6288 with NBS Government Finance Group for feasibility analysis for Indian Canyon Drive and Garnet Avenue sewer infrastructure.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm fine with the item. The question I want to raise is, I know we've previously said that if we amend an agreement or doing purchase orders, our now 2-plus-year-old non-discrimination language will be added. But I think we need to see it because asking about one today with the city attorney that was recently done, a major contract amendment, it wasn't added. So I don't know what process we need in the city attorney's office or wherever to make sure we're actually doing this. But this has been going on for over 2 years, so maybe the city attorney could bring back a process to make sure we're always adding the language. So it's consistent in all the agreements we're doing, all the extensions, the amendments.
Yes.
And if you could bring back a plan for doing that at the next meeting and report to us, just because this has come up so many times. So we really want to make sure we get a good plan in place so I don't need to keep on pulling these. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion approved made by Mayor Pro Tem Coors, seconded by Councilmember Holstage. Motion on the floor. Councilmember Middleton, I didn't catch you.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Mejia. Next item, item 1G, Memorandum of Understanding with the Service Employees International Union 721. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to thank SEIU, Local 721, and all the members for all of the really hard work that they do for our city every single day. So I wanted to make sure that we took a moment to really thank them, and it's a pleasure working together, and thank you for all of your hard work on behalf of this city.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coors. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, item 1 I, authorize a purchase order with David Evans and Associates, Inc., at an amount not to exceed $32,000 for design services of pickleball courts at Sunrise Park. Councilmember Coors?
Thank you, Mayor. Just to reiterate the non-discrimination language, but I pulled this for another reason also. On page 2, we have the requests of the council on what we would be looking into, and included in it was also looking into potential future pickleball courts at Ruth Hardy. Right, we're going to keep the tennis courts as is, but maybe adding a few there, separate from Sunrise, and potentially also some more at Demuth. And then I saw on page 3, they're not including that in what they're looking at. So I just want to understand why, or if that can be added.
We can. I thought the focus was to work on the new pickleball courts that we were directed to proceed with at Sunrise Park. But I can also include that in your direction tonight to expand that.
It would be great to get that so that we can make the full decision.
I would support that also, in expanding the scope just to look at a feasibility of where really we should place pickleball courts and looking at those different parks. I think that would be really important.
But the direction is still to proceed with the courts at Sunrise
absolutely.
Park? Okay.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Great. So would that change?
Good with that. I just want to make sure that in our review, we very clearly reach out to the pickleball community. This is a sport where a concentration of individuals is helpful in the competition.
Yes, and I think we agreed we wanted to do the Sunrise ones. We just also wanted to look at their request at potentially having a few for neighborhood residents and youth in different locations, but the main focus will be Sunrise.
Marcus, I believe this right here, though, this study as current, which obviously you have to adjust it, but is to do the feasibility study and pricing out for 16 pickleball courts at Sunrise Park, and they would give us a menu of options where they would give us the cost for the basic pickleball courts, and then if we wanted lighting, they'd give us the additional cost, and then the bleachers additional cost, and that way, as we do the budget for the upcoming fiscal year, we could have those figures so we could do the planning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to make sure people don't think this is actually funding the courts. This is a study, so we can know how much we have to put in the budget. Oh, motion approved made by Mayor Pro Tem Coors, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next item, item 1J, Coachella Valley Association of Governments report on homelessness. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reported on this at the last meeting, but I wanted to make sure, and thank you to staff for attaching this whole report into our agenda for the public to read. So it's an 80-page report. Coachella Valley Association of Governments, along with Desert Healthcare District, commissioned a study from a nationally recognized expert named Barbara Poppy to work as a consultant to assess what services are available for homelessness in the Coachella Valley. And that was really important, instead of just building something that might be temporary or might not work, to really assess the data, what works, what doesn't, what are national best practices. And so the council read, and I hope the public did as well, her recommendations and her findings. If the council's interested, we can ask staff to actually present some of this data and the findings. It's actually really interesting and sort of different than what we thought. So just some snippets really quickly. She assessed Roy's Desert Resource Center, and I know that's a request and a question we get a lot. Why can't we rebuild Roy's? But some of the findings that she found was that only 3% of the people from Roy's actually exited to permanent housing. And so really we want to make sure that we're investing our resources into solutions that work, that get people permanently out of homelessness and on that path. She also looked at sort of the data and what's happened so far. So in the Coachella Valley since 2016, 299 people have been housed. 55 people have a housing match and they're looking for a landlord. 250 were inactive, so they maybe couldn't be found through the system after they matched. And then 277 are currently active and just awaiting a housing match. So that means people who've been identified as needing services and who've been matched, but they can't find a place to use their voucher or a place to actually live. 74% of that is chronically homeless people just awaiting permanent supportive housing. So you can see that there just isn't enough permanent supportive housing to serve everyone. But the data shows that permanent supportive housing, 97% of people retained that housing or stayed in permanent housing. So permanent supportive housing is really the best solution to homelessness. Right? The main solution to homelessness is a house or a home. She also looked at other programs, so crisis housing beds or emergency shelters. She found that only about 44% of exits from emergency shelter, people who went in for emergency shelter, only 44% of those people were successful in finding permanent housing. So again, not that successful if you want to really place people. But people who exited to permanent housing, 81% did not return to homelessness. She found that street outreach actually has the lowest rate of successful exits, just 19% exited to permanent housing. She also found that the Coachella Valley has a high proportion of people who are homeless and also emergency shelter in the Coachella Valley. So we have only 18% of the general population in Riverside County in our valley, but we have 26% of the people who are homeless, and we actually have 63% of all the emergency shelter beds. So we have a huge proportion of the emergency shelter beds already. And actually about half of the transitional housing beds are also located just in the Coachella Valley, which really means the rest of the county isn't pulling their fair share and pulling their weight in doing emergency shelter and transitional shelter. So she came up with a number of actually recommendations, and one is to establish a Coachella Valley collaborative to end homelessness. So bringing everyone together at the table, creating a collaborative, and moving forward with everyone at the table. And then to really focus on diversion or assisted rapid resolution. So right now in the Coachella Valley, we're spending a lot of our money, the city money, Coachella Valley Association of Governments money, on preventing homelessness, which is really important. But what she recommended is only spending that money right now on people who are actually living on the streets, to get those people off the streets since they're the highest risk and in the highest need of services. And so that's some of the recommendations that you'll see coming forward from the Coachella Valley Association of Governments. Primarily focused on building permanent supportive housing so that people have a place to live, and rapid resolution, so allowing people to get services so that they can exit homelessness right away as opposed to waiting for a long system that might not place them. So that is in summary, a very short summary of 90 pages, and she actually spent 6 months assessing all of the data and working with service providers. So it's a really important report. Thank you for reading it and listening to the summary, and I'll continue to work on it with CVAG and bring those recommendations forward. What I think we need to do as a city is now look at where we're funding homelessness and make sure what we're funding actually works in terms of the data and is actually making an impact. We know the numbers are there, that it is working and that we're housing people, but really making sure that we're using that money the most efficiently as we can. So we're going to continue having that conversation, and I think if we can look at all of the work we're doing in that lens. And her main takeaway was, no, you don't need another Roy's in the West Valley. You don't need it in Palm Springs. We already have a lot of crisis emergency shelter beds. What you need is permanent supportive housing, and we need to build that. And so I'm glad that we can really work on data-driven solutions and the national best practices and bring that forward so we can continue to be a leader on homelessness in Palm Springs. Thank you.
Christy, I'd like to comment that I was at that meeting of
Yes,
the
thank
CVAG
you.
Homeless Committee where you were on the dais, and the consultant was extremely persuasive, and it was like an hour-and-a-half report that she gave, a very good one. But would you talk a little bit about this? You know, this wasn't just some consultant. This was a very accredited person. Could you talk a little bit about her? I don't have my notes with me. I'm sure you know her credentials. I mean, she had worked at the Obama White House.
Yes. Let me look at, I
Puts
think
you on
her
the spot,
bio's in here. So she came up with the first comprehensive federal strategic plan to prevent and end homelessness in 2010. Yes, she worked for the Obama administration. She's worked for Starbucks in Seattle. She's been hired by a number of cities and corporations to work with them to come up with best practices for homelessness. Because I think we often see cities are just trying to recreate the wheel when we know what works, and we need to assess that data. So really, we hired like the preeminent person on homelessness nationally, and we're lucky to have her.
Which I think gave the report a lot of credibility.
Yes.
Okay, motion to approve. Made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coors. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Next item, item 1L, consider adoption of a resolution proclaiming the city of Palm Springs as a sanctuary city. Councilmember Holstage.
I think Councilmember Middleton was going to start. Thank you.
Oh, I had you as you pulled it. Okay, but Councilmember Middleton?
Yes, I ended up drawing this one, so thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is something that has come up that Councilmember Holstage and I wanted to bring forward. Palm Springs has already enacted what I believe is the strongest and the most important non-discrimination ordinance in the Coachella Valley, and I want to commend all of my colleagues who were involved in the vote that gave us this non-discrimination ordinance. The one thing that was not used in that non-discrimination ordinance was the term sanctuary city, and that has a term that has become very important, and for many in our community, there was a question as to, without the reference to the word sanctuary city, whether or not we were in fact one. As I understand this ordinance, it does not substantively change what is already existing law within the city of Palm Springs. Our ordinances remain as they had been with the passage of this, but we do confirm once again the importance that we place on our immigrant communities, and some of the language that is in here that I think is particularly important is a recognition of the contributions to our city that have come from immigrant families. And as we know, regardless of what side you take on these issues, our immigration system has been broken for decades. Washington, D.C. is at stalemate and seems to be unable to move forward on any piece of responsible legislation that would take and alleviate this national crisis that we have around our immigration policies. On the day that Washington does enact comprehensive immigration reform, the need for cities like Palm Springs to be expressing opinions on this kind of issue, I think, will be removed. And I will close by saying once again, it is incredibly important that we reach out to our national leaders and encourage them to find the type of compromises that will bring certainty to the lives of the millions of people who have immigrated into our country, worked in our country, raising their children in our country, frequently children who were born in our country, and individuals who have served in the uniform of our country. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council Members Middleton and Holstage, for bringing this. I do want to alert folks that there is a revised version in our yellow packets, and I presume up front for people to see, which just adds a little more of the history. And I just want to confirm, since I've been speaking with the city attorney about this, since I can't speak to my colleagues who worked on this, except at this meeting, this doesn't change anything in our existing law, right? This is already all the way that current law is. I think the police department has had the policies, as they're noted in here, for decades. But the ordinances we've already passed, it doesn't change anything in that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So really what this does, as I read it, is it puts in language that may be easier for people to understand than some ordinances about what exactly our policies already are. And it uses the word sanctuary city, which our ordinance doesn't. And I'm not sure the state SB 54 does either. I want to say that because it's important, because it's on the consent calendar, that we are not actually changing our law. But where this is important is because language matters and words matter. And I think the LGBT community is very well aware of that, having spent decades in some very difficult fights to have marriage equality instead of domestic partners and civil unions with all the same rights and benefits, because words do matter. And so I will be supporting this, but I thought it was really important because, from some of the comments, that we're not changing our laws. We have really great laws. Our police chief has supported those laws, and I think they've been in place way before any of us were here, to make sure that we're not using our limited public safety resources to enforce immigration laws, that we're not asking people about their immigration status, that's all already in place. So I just wanted to clear that up because I did get some questions on that in the public. Thank you.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to the Mayor Pro Tem for making these edits and these changes just to include all of the actions that the City of Palm Springs and the City Council has taken to stand with our immigrant residents and neighbors. So we've joined briefs in support of California being a sanctuary state for a number of reasons. And we've gone over those, but we really have tried to take a stand. And that's because it's a local issue. It's a city issue. I've talked to our police chief who understands this, that, you know, I've personally walked undocumented victims to our police department to report crimes against them. And it matters that people know that they are safe here, that we are a sanctuary city and a state, that you can report crimes against you, even if you're undocumented. You can come to City Hall if you're undocumented. You can be engaged in city government, and that you're safe. And I think that's really important. And that's why I will defend this as a city issue every day, because it's our neighbors and our residents, and we represent all of Palm Springs, and that's important to say. And so for this, and I just wanted to say, I was here 2 years ago when we came and asked the City of Palm Springs to become a sanctuary city, and we passed an excellent non-discrimination ordinance. But I agree that words matter, and sometimes people might not be reading all of the resolutions that we pass, but they know the sense of safety, and that's really important. And last, I just wanted to pass this in honor of our friend Carlos Pineda, who I stood with when we asked that of the city 2 years ago. So thank you for all of his tireless work, and his family and his partner Bill for all of their work on this. I think it's an important moment for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. At our last City Council meeting on January 23rd meeting, there was a consent calendar item that was approved request from County of Santa Clara to sign a friend of the court brief to be filed on the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals in support of San Francisco's motion for summary judgment in San Francisco versus Whitaker, a federal government challenge against recent state laws related to immigration policy, and we passed that. I don't think we even pulled it. We were certainly in unanimity that we were all in agreement over that, and I certainly supported it because I think this is where the battle that the state is having with the federal government is appropriate, and that's appropriate level for this battle to be held. I think it's important for us to support the state in their battle on this, and hopefully, I believe the last comprehensive immigration laws passed by Congress was during, ironically enough, the Reagan era. And so Congress just needs to get off the dime, and hopefully lawsuits like this will get some support in Congress. And as people have been saying, we've kicked this around for 3 years up here on the council, us and with the previous council members, and always we looked at the fact that our police department has had these regulations in place for so long, which are very comprehensive. I think we were leaders in this, which prohibits our police from questioning people on their national origin or their immigration status or any of that. They're so old that they're actually typewritten. They're not, printed like from a computer. And I think, it's also, a lot of this is not really, it's very important that people realize that we don't have a jail. And anybody who is taken into custody in Palm Springs is immediately transferred to Indio. And people who are released from custody are released in Indio. They're not released in Palm Springs, fortunately. And therefore, Indio has the call over what happens to inmates when they are released and how, if they're transferred or reported or whatever. We have no involvement in that because we don't hold people. So therefore, based upon all these discussions, I don't think it's really necessary to designate ourselves as a sanctuary city. I think that what we have in place right now has worked for a very long time, and there's been no issues that I know of, no challenges to this, and things have gone smoothly. And I think the fact that the state's fighting it out is great. I supported that, but I don't support designating us as a sanctuary city, so I will be voting no on this. Anyone else? Okay, motions to approve made by Councilmember Holstage, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Next item is public hearings, and I believe we have several of those this evening. Oh, no, wait, let me get back over here. I'm sorry. I jumped over. Legislative, item 3A, proposed ordinance amending Palm Springs Municipal Code sections 2.50, 3.30, 2.50.040, and 2.50.060.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry, I think.
What did I skip?
Public hearings, 2A.
Okay. I turned the page too quickly. I'm sorry. I was right the first time. First public hearing, item 2A, disposition and development agreement with Community Housing Opportunities Corporation of Fairfield, California, acceptance of summary report prepared pursuant to Health and Safety Code sections 33433, and adoption of a resolution to dispose of 3.62 acres of former redevelopment agency property and for development of a 60-unit multifamily affordable housing project at 3130 North Indian Canyon Drive, southeast corner of North Indian Canyon Drive and San Rafael Road. And we will have two votes on this evening. The first vote will be the City Council action on adopting the resolution and appropriating the funds of $1.9 million, et cetera. The second vote, the Council will be acting as the Housing Successor Agency. So we will have two votes on this evening. So anyone with that, hey, we have questions of staff before we open the public hearings. Okay. First we have a staff report.
Staff report. Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This action is a request to open a public hearing, as you've described, and approve a disposition and development agreement for a 60-unit affordable housing project at the southwest corner of Indian Canyon Drive and San Rafael Road with Community Housing Opportunities Corporation. Section 33433 of the Community Redevelopment Law requires the city approve the proposed disposition and development agreement by resolution after a public hearing, which must be done before the sale of the property. I have the site plan on the screen, and if you have questions for myself or Director Fagg, we'd be happy to take them. The site plan shows the layout of the project, which includes 28 one-bedroom units, 16 two-bedroom units, and 16 three-bedroom units, and a community room. The project will also be constructed with sustainable construction methods and building materials. This includes the use of energy-efficient appliances, carport with rooftop solar panels, water-efficient plumbing fixtures, and drought-tolerant landscaping. An electric vehicle charging station will also be included. And here's a rendering of the two-story buildings that would be part of a project. The design is contemporary with mid-century modern influence. And here we have the rendering of the one-story building, the community room, and the project will also feature a park, Monarch Park, and dog park. The total project costs are estimated to be $29.7 million. The city's housing resources will make up approximately 9% of the cost at $2.6 billion. The developer will rely on other sources for the remaining 91% of the cost, or $27.1 million. The state requires cities to identify sites for affordable housing, and this site is included in the city's housing element for affordable housing. And since everything will go according to plan, the project should be completed by April 2021. Just quickly on the disposition and development agreement, this agreement essentially facilitates the development of new affordable housing, which is an important city goal. As the city's contribution to the project is approximately 9% of the financing, safeguards have also been built into the DDA such that no funds and no transfer of land will occur until the developer is awarded the tax credit financing, which is the major funding source. And if you have questions, again, on the project design, entitlements, Director Fagg and I are available to answer questions.
Jay, one of the things, I came to see you on this and asking you for sort of from an explanation of why these affordable housing projects are so expensive, and you gave me a very good explanation, and I was hoping perhaps you could share that. I mean, for instance, on this, as you pointed out, it's $29.7 million for 60 units, which actually comes out at $495.4 thousand each unit, and 108 bedrooms for a total of $275,000 per bedroom, which means the three-bedroom apartments are $825,000 and the two-bedroom are $450,000. But you had an explanation for why these costs are higher than one would really expect.
Well, we have comparisons of similar types of projects that show that this is essentially the cost for constructing affordable housing. Now, it's not necessarily the same as a market rate housing development. With affordable housing projects, you have extensive documentation, monitoring requirements. The cost of the amenities is higher. The requirement for contingencies is higher than a typical bank would require. I believe most banks might require 5% for a construction contingency. Because of the tax credit financing, the contractors are required to hold 10% contingency. So that's quite a significant difference there. And in addition, this project is required to be constructed at prevailing wage, so with prevailing wages, and that adds approximately 30% to the construction labor cost. But of course, you get the benefit of that skilled labor in the project.
Okay, thank you. I asked that because I'm sure if I had that question, other people might also, and that's a good explanation. Anyone else have questions before we start public hearing? Mayor Pro Tem?
And thank you for the presentation. Can you just explain, similar mayor's question, just especially for the public, how affordable housing deed restrictions work? Because I think that's also part of the expense. Is there's no,
Right.
obviously the profit is very different on the rental housing?
Exactly. With your typical market rate housing project, you would charge the market rate, which could, and as we in Palm Springs know, could escalate very quickly. It could go well beyond the prior years by, significant percentage increases. But with affordable housing projects, deed restrictions are recorded that require the developer to only charge certain rents for certain sizes of occupancy, meaning the number of people in the household. And these are at approximately 30% of median income up through 80% of median income, and those will be the targeted ranges for this particular project. I think at the low end, the rents are approximately $314 a month, and at the high end, and that would be for an individual making approximately $15,000 a year. At the high end, for a family of 8, the rents are just under $1,000, maybe $980,000, and that would be for a family of 8, earning approximately $104,000.
And that's a deed restriction, I believe, for 55 years. Is that correct?
That's correct, and in this case, it is restricted for 59 years.
Councilmember Middleton?
Thank you, Mr. Verada. Thank you, Mayor. I want to turn to page 7 of the report and ask a couple of questions with regard to the regional housing needs assessment goals, which are frequently referred to as the RHNA goals. So this project will build 60 homes of the 272 homes that are identified by RHNA that need to be built in Palm Springs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that number 272, where did that come from, and how old is it, and do you expect that to change over the next few years?
The regional housing needs assessment assignment to each city was established in 2014 and runs through 2021. It's that period of time within which the city is targeting these goals. And the number comes from an assessment by the state of California as to what the overall housing need is in the state, and then working with each of the councils of government, and in our case, it's the Southern California Association of Government, on the assignment to which cities should take on which responsibilities. Now, in our case, and we've looked at these numbers, we happen to have a high vacancy credit. So that may mean because Palm Springs has second homes or such, we still have housing units on record. If this number changes, they may start addressing the vacancy unit to see if those should in fact not be credited, and in which case our number would go up.
And that will happen in 2021, 2022, that the next time this number will be reevaluated?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And there's been a lot of mention in the media of the governor's and the legislature's goals to address the housing crisis and require that cities begin to meet their housing goals, or there could be consequences to that. One of those consequences that's already been discussed is putting at some risk transportation funding that municipalities. Is it the RHNA goals that will be the focus point when the state is looking at whether or not we're meeting our housing requirements?
Yes, they are. Plus, the city's actions and inactions are considered as to how we address affordable housing issues.
So this approval of this project gets us a very good first step towards reaching our goals, but it does not achieve our goals. And we will need to be looking at other properties in other locations within the city in order to ultimately achieve our goals. Am I correct?
Absolutely correct, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff before we open public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we will open the floor for public comment. The applicant has up to 5 minutes to present their case, and if requested, will have up to 2 minutes available at the end for rebuttal. Members of the public are invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. So first, the applicant, I believe, is here. Good evening. You have 5 minutes for this first portion.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, council members. Vince Nicholas with Chalk Housing, Vice President of Real Estate Development. We put this project together. I'm here to thank all of staff and all the work that they've done to bring us today. A DDA that we're very happy with and the agreements that go with it. We're pleased to be doing the housing that we're presenting, and we're excited for a new project to start as soon as we can. I have my team here should there be other questions about design or any other items, but we're very pleased with the staff report. Thank you. And
thank you. Okay, we will now open it to the public. We have right now 11 people who have requested to speak. And the first speaker is Joy Silver, followed by Alma Wiseman, then Donald Morgan, and Richard Jeffrey, and then Pilar Amaral.
Honorable City Council members, Mr. Mayor, my name is Joy Silver, and I'm a long-time affordable housing advocate and consultant. We know that massive federal disinvestment in housing has left a huge and growing gap, making affordable home development less feasible, causing an affordable housing crisis. That is certainly true for the state of California and for Riverside County, where we rank 9th in a list of 10 counties in need, number 1 being LA and number 10 being Fresno. Also, according to the California Housing Consortium, 32% of working renters spend over half their income on housing, forced every day to choose between other necessities such as food, clothing, transportation, and medical care. Among those being left out are nursing assistants, security guards, janitors, cleaners, those working 2 or 3 jobs to stay afloat, retail salespersons, home health aides, cashiers, working families, single parent families, college students sleeping in their cars, seniors, veterans, people on fixed incomes, and those at risk. And this just begins the list. Well, tonight we are here to support 60 units of affordable housing. But can 60 units answer the challenge? Well, for sure, I'm fired up because Palm Springs has the opportunity to partner with the nonprofit organization Chalk to develop the Monarch Affordable Housing Project. And I'm fired up because this project is outstanding in its Palm Springs reflective design, sensitive to the needs and even to the wants of our city. Now, 60 units of affordable housing may not, obviously cannot, solve every challenge we have regarding Palm Springs housing needs. It would be unreasonable to expect it to, but for sure, it is a step in the direction of progress towards fulfilling the identified goal of 272 expected units. So I ask you, please say yes and approve this resolution. Thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Our next speaker is Alma Wiseman, followed by Donald Morgan.
Mr. Mayor, honorable council members, she was a yoga teacher, she was a bookkeeper, and she started to get tired. She just wasn't feeling well. She was unable to walk all of a sudden. She couldn't focus. And then she was diagnosed with rheumatoid arthritis. She was unable to work. She was unable to teach. And now it was a question of how she was going to be able to support herself while ill. She couldn't afford her apartment in Los Angeles, and she moved here to the desert. Friends took her in temporarily. I was one of them. She got medical help. She finally grew strong enough to do some part-time work and applied for disability. After 3 years, she won a disability case, and after 2 years, she finally found an apartment she could afford. However, now 3 years later, her rent has been raised substantially, and she is on the brink of homelessness again. She needs a community like Monarch. Palm Springs can be that new hope for her and for others. I'm very heartened by the Poppy report that Councilmember Holstege talked about. However, I think it underscores the very, very fine line that we walk between homelessness and affordable housing. Thank you for your consideration of this project.
Thank you, Ms. Wiseman. Our next speaker is Donald Morgan, followed by Richard Jeffrey, and then Pilar Amaral.
Good evening, City Council and all in attendance. We, my wife Johnny and I, are strong supporters of affordable housing. Affordable housing is important to the families who occupy them as well as the community in which they serve. There are many benefits to affordable housing, but tonight I will just list 3 of them. The first benefit associated with affordable housing is health. There are health benefits associated with affordable housing. For example, it reduces the stress on the families as well as the individuals. And all authoritative studies have shown that a reduction in stress improves the physical and mental health of individuals. A second benefit of affordable housing is improved work and school performance. Access to affordable housing is an important benefit for students. For example, students who have the security of affordable housing can focus on academics and higher intelligence. Likewise, members in the workplace with the security of affordable housing can then be more productive in the workplace and eliminate the stress and worries of housing and shelter. The third benefit of affordable housing is the economic benefit that it provides to the community. Affordable housing brings jobs to the community. It also brings consumer-based opportunities to the community. Products that are bought goes back into those communities that come with affordable housing. I would say that Palm Springs is a good example of the economic boost, but with affordable housing that's being proposed by this project, Palm Springs can become a better economic boost.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
In closing, I just wanted to say—
Mr. Morgan, I'm sorry, your time's up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If someone's in the middle of a sentence, I always, of course, allow them to finish a sentence, but—
it was a compound sentence.
Thank you. Good comeback. Okay. Next speech, knowing some people, they'd write 20-minute run-on sentences. Next speaker is Richard Jeffrey, followed by Pilar Amaral, and then Melissa Machuski.
Well, I'm Richard Jeffrey, a resident of Palm Springs. I would like to be clear, I'm not opposed to this project. In fact, I would support it. I'd just like to make a point that this is the 5th project like this, north of Stevens, east of Palm Canyon. And with a quick search on the internet, that's like slightly more than half such projects in that area of the city. And I would just encourage council that for future projects, it look towards other parts of the city for subsidized housing. It gives the appearance, I think, that the city is redlined, north of Stevens, east of Palm Canyon for subsidized housing. And it's not good for a city of our size to have all of its subsidized housing concentrated in one part of the city. So that's the point I wanted to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffrey. Next speaker is Pilar Amaral, and then Melissa Machuski, and then Peter Maeda.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pilar Amaral, and I'm a resident of Palm Springs. I came here because I was looking for a progressive community and a community that was open to us all, especially now in the political environment that we found ourselves in. And I support this affordable housing community for many reasons that have already been stated, but in particular because when people find their dignity, find a good place to live, are proud of their community, they are more energized, and they are more apt to contribute to that community that they find themselves in. I understand that some people may have issues because they feel that these affordable communities are being placed in one particular location, but being that I am a senior and of Latina descent, I actually object to that because I think that it is very important to integrate all of our communities and then not just being in one particular ethnic group or one particular age group per se. So I strongly encourage your support of this affordable housing community. I have been briefed by Ms. Joyce Silver, and I understand all the issues related to the progress of this community, and I highly encourage you to say yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Amaral. Next is Melissa Machuski, then Peter Maeda, and then Edward Holzhauer.
Hello, good evening. My name is Melissa Macholsky. I'm a resident of Palm Springs, and I'm here to show my support for the affordable housing project. Please vote yes and go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Machuski. Next speaker is Peter Maeda, then Edward Holzhauer, then Les Young.
Thank you, Mayor Moon and City Council members. My name is Peter Maeda, and I appreciate the chance to speak with you tonight. As a resident of Palm Springs and a candidate running for City Council in District 2, I just wanted to voice my support for this project for Chalk Housing. It has the support of the HOAs in the area. Its design is thoughtful and consistent with the neighborhood. It provides much-needed affordable housing in the city of Palm Springs. And I am just in full support of any future projects you have here in the city. I hope you approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maeda. Next speaker, Edward Holzhauer, then Les Young, and then Kathy Wermuck. Mr. Mejia, is Ms. Wermuck our last speaker? Okay. Ms. Wermuck will be our last speaker unless anyone puts a card in.
Hello again. I did want to speak to this issue. I had referenced a little bit earlier about my associate that worked for me. That is the reality of housing nowadays. She's 24 years old. She has a 5-year-old, was in a bad relationship, moved to California to get away from that situation and could not find housing. And to the earlier point of the report that was done around homelessness, there's not enough homes available to deal with that issue. More affordable housing, less chance of people being on the street. My associate is one paycheck away from being homeless. I lost my husband January 1. I am now one paycheck away from being homeless. It can happen to anyone. Affordable housing needs to be available. I would encourage you to, after this issue, since you need to do 272 homes, maybe putting together an ordinance that requires all new development to set aside affordable housing. This would then address that issue of not putting just an area for affordable housing. It would be throughout the whole city. People who live in the city are homeless, living in their cars, and you don't even know they're there. I didn't. I'm ashamed that my associate was living in her car and I didn't know. And once I found out, I helped her get a home. Someone chose to take a chance. So thank you. Please move forward with this, but don't just stop here.
Thank you, Mr. Holzhauer. Next is Les Young, followed by Kathy Wermuck, then Alan Worthy, then Robert Mueller.
My name is Les Young, and I'm a resident of Palm Springs. Mayor Moon, Mayor Pro Tem Coors, and council members and staff, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight in support of the affordable housing project developed by Community Housing Opportunities Corporation. Our valley, and especially Palm Springs, needs more affordable housing. As a concerned resident and a community activist, I recognize the need for my friends, associates, and those working in Palm Springs to be able to live where they work. As I mentioned earlier this year at the subcommittee meeting, Michael and I have been residents of Four Seasons for almost 8 years, and our home is directly across from Coyote Run 1 and 2. Those are not bad people. The people in Coyote Run communities are excellent neighbors. The homes are well maintained. They decorate at Christmas time for the holidays. We see the residents leaving early in the morning for work and school and returning later in the day. You see them playing in the playgrounds within their community. We have no issues at all with that community. It really saddens me when I hear people say, "Not in my backyard." I commend the City of Palm Springs and the City Council for their vision in bringing the Monarch apartment homes to the community. It is a model of what we can do throughout the valley to assure safe communities where families can thrive. I believe it isn't a matter of should this be approved for our community, but what can we do to further expand affordable housing in Palm Springs once this is approved? Please approve it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Next speaker is Kathy Wermuck, then Alan Worthy, then Robert Mueller.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, my name is Kathy Wermuck. I'm here tonight to ask you to support Chalk Housing and this housing development. These are very, very hard to put together. I believe the last affordable housing development was in 2003, which was the Desert AIDS projects. I actually, in my professional life, had the opportunity to finance the construction and some of the permanent financing on that project. It's a very good addition to this community, as this will be. We've got a responsible developer and manager, and it's an opportunity to approve this and to get this into our community. It's harder and harder to finance affordable housing these days with less support from the federal government than we had 10, 20, 30 years ago. And in answer to your question about why it's so expensive, the tax credit process itself, with the layers of attorneys that have to work on the tax credits, up the cost of building the units. But it's a difficult process to do it, but it's the only one that's available, and that's why it's expensive. So thank you so much for the city staff for doing this, and I'm really proud of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wermuck. Next speaker is Alan Worthy, and then Robert Mueller, then Juan Munoz.
Well, good evening. So yeah, of course I'm all for it. Always would have been, but especially now. So unless you people answered my demand earlier tonight or plan to do so in 2 weeks, you need to put me at the top of the list. The prior regime and to date you have allowed my caregiver and his cousin to make off with the worthy Alan Billingsley Witten family wealth. Okay, so please do answer my demand. I am all for it, the housing in any event. It is a sad state of affairs, this homeless situation. And Ms. Holstead, I don't know who the woman was with that report, but I have to say, I did the homeless count, but I already knew this from being back and not having a car because my...
Mr. Worthy, please stay on the subject of this.
I am on the topic of homelessness, and is that not the topic? And housing for people who need it?
Talking about the affordable housing project right now, the one in question that's in the part of the public hearing.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry I didn't address that earlier, but I don't know where these people are going that are non-compos mentis, and I did not hear that in that report, just FYI. Sneak that in there. Okay, but do please answer my demand. If not, please put me at the top of the list. But tonight, maybe it'll be the beginning of the end of your hypocrisy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Worthy. Our next speaker is Robert Mueller, followed by Juan Munoz.
Crazy. Hypocrisy.
LGBT.
Mayor Moon, City Council members, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Robert Mueller, and I live in Rancho Mirage. And I live in a town where the City Council spends a great deal of time patting themselves on the back for doing a great job. But in the area of affordable housing, Rancho Mirage leaves a lot to be desired. I think the last affordable housing was built about 12 years ago. And in fact, in land that the city owns, they've actually worked to drive out some low-income residents, which I think is quite disgraceful. So I encourage Palm Springs to show its leadership once again with great appreciation and approve this measure. Thank you for speaking.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. Our next speaker is Juan Munoz, and Mr. Munoz is our last speaker who's requested to speak. If anyone else wishes to speak, please put a card in.
Thank you. The fact is that there is a higher cost on these prevailing wage projects because of organized labor. Good carpenters aren't cheap, and cheap carpenters aren't very good or any good at all. That being said, the truth is a lot of market rate contractors do get some of these projects, and they bring their habits with them. The cheating, the low paying wages. Right now in Indio, I got a call from a carpenter that's doing drywall on that project, and he's getting cheated. He's getting paid $22 an hour on a prevailing wage project. So all I'm saying is be responsible on who you guys pick for contractors. I do have a card. I can give it to you guys. I can supply a list of contractors that are reliable and are honest. That's all. Thank you very much. I do approve it, though.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience that wishes to speak on this specific item of public hearing? Does the applicant... Anyone else wish to speak, please put a card in now. I'm sorry, I don't have your name, so just please start.
Hi, my name is Teresa Savigliano, and I live on San Rafael. I'm not opposed to the project itself. I'm opposed to the traffic that it's going to cause there. We have a lot of...
Please speak into the mic.
We have a lot of accidents on Indian and San Rafael, and that's going to need to be addressed. The fact that both entrances are going to be on a side street that is very close to the Indian Avenue crossing. There's not enough area for cars to enter without getting hit. San Rafael, all the way from Indian all the way down to Sunrise, there's no stop signs, there's no speed bumps, there's no lights. That's very dangerous. It's like a freeway there. I've been there for 29 years, and it has increased and increased and increased where I can't even hear the TV. If the door is open, the cars fly. So something needs to be addressed as far as safety for, the street, for speed bumps, for lights, something. Also, the fact that there's only going to be 70 parking places, people are going to be parking all the way down the street. And that's going to pose a problem to the people that live there. So if you can please take those things into consideration, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Ms. Juliano. Anyone else wish to speak?
No other speakers?
Seeing none, the applicant has up to 2 minutes for rebuttal. Do you wish to use that 2 minutes? Okay. Applicant does not wish to use their additional 2 minutes. Therefore, that will close the public hearing gavel. Council comments and/or questions. Council Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Just a few things. First, I really want to thank the staff. The subcommittee, I was on the subcommittee when this started, so it's been a long time going, and especially CHALK. These projects, as people have spoken to, are very hard to finance currently, and the amount of work and effort they did, the effort to outreach to the neighboring communities is really appreciated. I do have a comment and question. Let me just pull up going to sound like a broken record tonight. On page 55 of the staff report, we have our current non-discrimination policy language in some of the part of the agreement. But on page 45, 65, 93, and 157, we have old language, some that I'm not even familiar with. So I want to make sure we're consistent with that we're protections. We're using outdated terms. We're not including our requirements regarding non-discrimination, gender identity. So all those need to get updated and fixed, and I can go through them if you'd like to.
We can certainly substitute the new language. I thought we had covered it, but we will.
No, we didn't. And so, again, I know we keep on talking about it, but we need a process where there's checklists that you just check that it's actually done wherever it's mentioned. I just had to search non-discrimination, and 5 areas came up. Only one of them was correct. The other question I had is, although it's not specifically on our ordinance, is there a way to add that there won't be, and I know Chalk has been very clear that they're going to clearly follow the non-discrimination laws, and they're very open to people who, at the time they apply, or were formerly homeless, but that we have language that makes that clear in here, that there won't be discrimination based on current or past homelessness. Obviously, if there are other issues, that's different, but I want to make sure we can include that as well in our non-discrimination policies here.
Well, I'm not familiar with any particular case law or federal statutes that specifically recognize homeless as a protected class, but I'm very confident after reviewing some case law, since I became aware of your concern, that we can address that, yes.
Okay, so that would be
an additional change.
The 2 changes I would like to see. And then the last thing, and it's just one comment, I really want to follow up on Mr. Morgan's comment about youth. One of the things that's so terrific about this project is there are 2 and 3 bedrooms. So we're actually having affordable housing built that will accommodate families. And so the comments on the impact on youth and kids in the schools is so important, and I really appreciate you raising that. 10% of students in our country and our valley is the exact same, are homeless under the federal definition, which means they don't have a permanent place to stay. They could be couch surfing. So building these larger units is going to have such an impact on them and their education and their future. So I really want to highlight that and appreciate Chalk bringing forward a project that has 2 and 3 bedroom units that will accommodate families and a place for families with children to live. So thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few questions, and I'm going to second again Mayor Pro Tem Corr's comments regarding the work of staff on this, which has just been exceptional, as well as all of the preliminary work that has been done by Chalk getting us to this point. So just a few questions. Want to confirm prevailing wage is required for this project?
Yes, and the safe harbor is in there.
Do we have the belt and suspenders on here to very specifically define that prevailing wage has to be paid?
And Velcro.
I'm sorry?
And Velcro.
And also as a condition of SB 35, prevailing wage is required.
Right. So I can rest easy, and I'm not going to wake up in 18 months and find there is any chance that we're not paying prevailing wage on this project.
That's right.
Okay. I know that we are have to make the project open to anyone who may apply from anywhere, but in searching these projects in other localities, opportunities do exist in terms of how we advertise and market in order to be able to maximize the opportunities for Palm Springs residents to be promptly aware of this project and have a very expedited and prompt ability to apply for this project. And I encourage that we take every means legally possible to create those opportunities for people who currently live here to have a prompt opportunity to apply for this project. Okay. I see head shaking.
Understood.
Thank you.
Yes.
Last thing, I've heard a number of comments from individuals regarding the traffic on San Rafael. I have seen that myself, and I do believe we need to sit down with the neighborhood as well as revisit all of the traffic impact studies and make sure that we're taking every traffic mitigation strategy that is open to us to reduce speeds and increase the safety there on San Rafael. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Roberts.
You know, I just want to say quickly that I very much support this, and I'm very proud of my colleagues as well, in that we are a city that is dedicated to doing this. What most people don't know is the vast majority of cities in the state of California are way out of compliance with respect to their affordable housing. In fact, I think it's safe to say that very few cities are within compliance. And it's not because cities don't want it. Cities do want, well, I changed that. Maybe some cities don't want it. I'm getting some humor in the audience. And that's a sad thing. But I think many cities do want to be in compliance. And more importantly, they understand the need of affordable housing, not just for people in general, but so the very people who work in their cities can afford to live in their cities. And there are many, many circumstances in this state where people who work, our very own staff, our firefighters, our police officers, our administration staff simply can't afford to live in their own cities. So this is, and I hear some council members. So, you know, the truth is, this is not just a good thing, it's an extremely difficult thing. And I want to say that I'm moved by the incredible work and negotiation our staff did, our city attorney, our city manager, all of our staff that had to put in huge amounts of hours, our subcommittee that had to work on this for a long time. These are not easy, and we are very fortunate that we are at this place tonight where we get to not only approve it, but fund it and help it. And, you know, I heard a few negative comments out there about the city spending money on projects like this. Well, the reason we do this and the reason it's important on developments like this is probably, to me, the most important aspect of this is that the rents projected on this project are permanently restricted to the legal term of affordable. And we have very, very little of that here. So this is huge for us. So I just enthusiastically support this, and I am humbled by our staff and my colleagues that we are able to do this tonight.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you. I was actually just having the same reaction because I was in Sacramento for League of California Cities. I'm on their housing policy committee, and it was said actually that no one's used SB 35, which is a streamlined bill that this project falls under to build affordable housing in any cities in California. And I said, we are here in Palm Springs. And so it's just an incredible opportunity to hear the testimony and to hear the dozens and dozens of people who reread all of these letters here in support of this project. And it feels a little bit like the upside down coming from maybe Sacramento, where a lot of cities actually are actively fighting affordable housing projects in their cities, and residents are too. You know, if this was a different city, I think I saw the developers with their mouths agape a bit, looking at our residents want these projects. We need affordable housing in our city. We need to have an inclusive city where people can afford to live and work. It's incredibly important. So just the leadership of our residents is just really powerful. So I was having the same reaction. I'm glad you said that. I also wholeheartedly support this project. I have a few questions for staff, just to go over some of the questions that were raised, if I can. Thank you. So, what can we do? Is there anything we can do to reserve spots or have preference for Palm Springs residents in the project? I know we asked that before.
You know, in many past projects, a lot of communities have wanted such a reservation, and I believe Councilmember Middleton's suggestion is workable. But I doubt it can be written into the agreements.
It's generally not allowed by the tax credit programs, is that right?
Fair housing law, any type of preference.
What about for units for people who are homeless or something like that?
Again, on a preference type of basis, that could be implementable. However, you know, we just have to walk a fine line with not showing preference to one group over another and possibly weeding out others.
And the developer has indicated that they'd be willing to work with the city or with homeless providers to make those units available.
Again, they want to do it very carefully, but they're going to be open to any qualified applicant that comes through the door.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about the concentration of affordable housing projects in the city. So how long has this site been identified as use for affordable housing? 10 years or longer or so?
Longer. It was purchased in 2001 for affordable housing. 2 projects had fallen through, so quite a number of years.
So since at least 2001, this site has been identified as for this purpose?
Yes.
For multifamily, right?
Correct.
Okay. Let me see if I have any other questions for you.
And let me correct myself. I believe one project was a condominium project that, because of the economy, didn't work out.
Okay. Thank you. And this site is identified in our housing element as for affordable housing?
Yes, it is. I believe it's listed as an asset that can be utilized for affordable housing.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have. I also wholeheartedly support this project. I'm proud to vote to allow affordable housing to be built in Palm Springs. Thank you to the affordable housing developer for bringing a beautiful project that really reflects the aesthetics of Palm Springs, the values. I wish I could live there. It's really beautiful. And, you know, we always hear when people complain about affordable housing projects in a neighborhood, actually the data shows that they don't reduce the value of surrounding land. And actually they improve neighborhoods because these are beautiful, beautiful projects. 20 million more project that is an investment in the neighborhood. It's just a really incredible investment into our community and our city, and you're doing the heavy lifting, and we're just doing a tiny little bit to help you get there, so thank you. Thank you to everyone who spoke out in favor of this project. It's incredibly important, and I'm proud to vote in support of this development agreement to build the first affordable housing in Palm Springs in over 10 years. So we really, really need this, and we need to keep it going, and this is the first step.
I'd like to thank Chalk not only for all their hard work, but also for designing a property that the city can not only be proud of, but particularly I think the people who will be residents in this will be very proud to live in this residence, because it's design. JR is a designer, I'm not, but the design I think is very attractive. And I went to a community association meeting several months, probably last summer, and the Chalk people were there with the neighborhood association, and they did a lot of that outreach. And they really worked with the neighbors on the height and the density and the parking and the architecture to ensure the neighbors were acceptable of the entire project. Also, our city council worked really hard and asked a lot of questions, and I'd like to thank Chalk for being so understanding and patient with us, and also Jay for being in the middle and between Chalk and a very demanding city council and doing all the heavy lifting on this. And the reason I asked about the cost was because I'd gone to see Jay and he very patiently explained it to me. And I think a lot of people don't understand why this affordable housing is so expensive to build. And I really hope that we'll see, now with our new governor and the legislature in place, that they will work on ways to streamline and reduce the cost, not by having cheaper labor to build it, but by having having less attorney time involved and less regulation in building this affordable housing, so we can see more of this affordable housing built throughout not just Palm Springs, but the entire state of California. Okay, do we have a motion to approve made by Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by Councilmember Roberts? Motion is on the floor. Oh, wait, I want to explain. This is the first portion, which is regarding the proposed disposition of the sale of the redevelopment agency property, accepting the health and safety code section, appropriating funds in the amount of $1.9 million from the Housing Successor Fund, not the general fund, the Housing Successor Fund, and waiving the Planning Commission conditions and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents. This is part one. Okay,
Mayor, before you take a vote on the matter, there is a piece of legal information, legal advice that I want to impart to the council. It is noticed on our agenda, this project, as you know. I would request that we adjourn to closed session for a 5-minute period, followed by your votes.
Is this urgent right now?
It's related to the project. There's a piece of information. We didn't get to discuss this item in closed session tonight. And
So you want to do this prior to our vote this minute?
Prior to your vote this minute, if that's all right.
Okay, we will adjourn to closed session and we'll be right back, folks.
Back in 5 minutes.
Right back, folks. everyone will please take their seats, we'll reconvene. See, we only did take 5 minutes. For the first time. Okay, so back to where we were. The motion on the first one is I've already read the 5 different parts of the first one. So the motion is on the floor.
I'm sorry, I didn't get the question.
I'm sorry. Do we need to report out about closed session?
No reportable action took place in closed session. Legal advice was given, that's all.
Okay, good point. Thank you.
Good. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, the second vote on this issue is the City Council acting as the housing successor agency, approves the disposition and development agreement with the Community Housing Opportunities Corporation, and authorizes the Executive Director to execute all required documents to implement the proposed DDA. So a motion is on the floor. A motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Corr, seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor.
And do we need the language or as discussed on the non-discrimination?
With the amendments as dictated
thank you.
on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Off the streets.
Okay, the next item is item 2B, amendment to the Palm Springs Zoning Code, PSZC, to establish general standards for mixed-use development and to allow up to 70 dwelling units per acre in the downtown central core area as permitted by the City of Palm Springs General Plan, case 5.1465, ZTA. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, this first zone text amendment on your agenda this evening is actually the last of 4 ordinances to implement the recommendations of the housing element. You've already approved a density bonus ordinance, transitional and supportive housing, reasonable accommodation, and this last one is relative to mixed use regulations. One of the other things that this does is, in addition to implementing the housing ordinance, it also assists in implementing the recommendations of the ad hoc PDD committee, and you have the PDD ordinance coming up later on the agenda this evening. And what it's intended to do is remove the barriers to the development of mixed-use projects. What's unique about our zoning code is we have a definition for mixed-use development and we have parking standards, but we don't identify any districts where the use is permitted. And so consequently, in the past, every time that anyone has wanted to do mixed-use development, they've done it as a planned development district. What this ordinance change will do is allow mixed-use development in certain zoning districts upon approval of a conditional use permit, and so it will be a much easier process. One of the changes that we're making to the definition is to require that mixed-use development include a residential component in addition to commercial uses. In terms of the entitlement process, as I had mentioned, it would require a conditional use permit, so the Planning Commission would evaluate the proposal, assess that the parking is adequate, that it's compatible with adjacent development. In terms of the zoning districts where mixed use will be permitted, in the Central Business District Zone, or CBD zone, mixed use would be permitted in the areas shown in pink there on the screen at a density of between 21 to 30 dwelling units to the acre. We're proposing as a parking requirement 0.5 spaces or half a parking space per bedroom. One of the things that our general plan discusses and allows is density of up to 70 dwelling units per acre in a small portion of the downtown area. And it's referenced as the downtown central core, and it's indicated there by the hatched area. So it includes what we know as the grit development or the downtown project, and then areas on the east side of North Palm Canyon between Tockwitz and Andreas. So in that area, you could have up to 70 dwelling units per acre as part of a mixed-use development, and again, the same parking standard that we're proposing would apply. Other areas of town where mixed-use development would be allowed are in the C1 and the C2 zoning districts. The density in those areas would be based on the general plan designation. Most of those areas are designated mixed use by the general plan, and so that allows up to 15 dwelling units to the acre. And then the parking requirement there is, again, half a space per bedroom for mixed-use developments. When the ordinance was reviewed by the Planning Commission, they had recommended approval of it, but one of the things they did was they changed the parking requirement. Staff had originally proposed half a space per unit in the downtown area and then 1 space per unit elsewhere. However, the Planning Commission felt that a parking based on the number of bedrooms would be more appropriate for mixed-use development. And so what they've recommended to you is a half space per bedroom. This is just the first step of what I see in allowing mixed-use development. There's other things that I think we need to consider in the future. As part of the general plan update, one of the things I'd like to look at is expanding the ability to do mixed-use development in other commercial areas, and in particular, looking at our shopping center areas. Currently, the general plan would prohibit the development of mixed use in our shopping center areas. And so as we get into the general plan update here this year, that's one of the things that I'd like to look at. So there's still additional work that we need to do. However, the ordinance that I'm proposing to you this evening helps to satisfy the requirement of the housing element. It is also a quick fix to allow mixed use development in certain commercial districts. And so it implements the recommendations of the ad hoc PDD committee. So with that, that concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions you have on this proposed ordinance.
Thank you, Director Fagg. Questions of staff? Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. So a question. So if we get a project that turns out for residential in multi-use, they're going to use valet. Do we have rules on the books that change the parking requirements since you can stack cars, et cetera?
Yes, we do. In our parking code, in Chapter 93 of the zoning code, it does allow a specific parking plan, which can take into consideration the use of valet parking. So that's certainly something that can be considered.
So that would override this, per se, if we so desired. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director, the 70 dwelling units per acre in these high density, how is the number 70 arrived at?
I would be hard-pressed to tell you, unfortunately. That was adopted as part of the 2007 general plan update. As part of the downtown study, which exists as a separate appendix to the general plan, there was a rather extensive study that was done of the downtown area. What they did was identified that they wanted to have certain areas where greater density would be allowed. How they came up with 70 dwelling units to the acre, I'm not quite sure.
Okay. With the 70 units per acre, does that alter any of the height limits that apply to any other project, any of the projects downtown?
No, it does not. So it would have to adhere to the regulations that are in place.
All right. And there was some back and forth between staff recommendations and what was ultimately approved by the Planning Commission on parking. Could you walk us through the recommendations of both and how we got to the numbers we now have?
Certainly. Let me start with the Central Business District zone. What I had originally proposed to the Planning Commission was a flat parking rate of half a space per unit. And so that would have been the parking requirement in the Central Business District zone. And then in the C1 and C2, here, I would have proposed 1 space per unit, and again, it was just based on the unit. In discussing this with the Planning Commission, they identified that in mixed-use development, you're going to have everything from studios to possibly 3-bedroom units, and that parking would be better assessed based on the bedrooms rather than a flat rate per unit. And so that's how they decided to revise the proposed amendment, was with a parking count that would be based on the number of bedrooms. And they felt that a half a space per bedroom would be appropriate based on the fact that you have certain economies of parking in a mixed-use development where commercial uses will use the parking during the day and residential in the evening.
And if we approve the standard as it's proposed now, what exists for us to go back and revisit that standard and to make certain that we do not need more parking spaces, or that we have required over-parking for these projects?
One of the things that has been discussed at prior city council meetings is the desire on the part of city council to look at our parking standards generally. And so what I would advise is that at that point in the future, when you're ready to do that, we can go through all the parking requirements in the code and look at standards that are being used nationally or in the state of California and how we compare to that.
And then finally, these are mixed-use projects that we're looking at. Is that mixed use within the same building, so that we might have residential and retail in the same within the same building?
Yes, that's the intent. One of the things that we've done is modified the definition to require a residential component as part of a mixed-use development. And so it would have residential and either commercial or some type of civic use.
So it could be both a civic use, an actual public building or public use building that also included residential.
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions of staff. So do we have an updated timeline about when we're going to do the general plan update?
As soon as I can get these ordinances approved this evening, then I'll have time to do the general plan update.
You've done a lot in just the last few months. I know it's been a lot of work. I also have another general question is, what's our process for reviewing the compliance with our housing element? So I see that this is one action item that we're taking care of a few years. It's been a few years in the making. So what's our general process to bring that forward?
One of the things that we are required to do with the housing element in particular is to do an annual report on the housing element and our progress in implementing the housing element. Since we adopted the housing element in 2014, we have turned in an annual report to the state. One of the things where we have always been deficient is in these amendments to our zoning code, and gratefully we've had the assistance of the city attorney in helping us get these written and through the process. So there is an annual report that we do to the state in terms of meeting the goals of the housing element.
And all of the action items that
Exactly.
are identified. Does
Yes.
that come as receive and file to the city council?
It doesn't. It's actually submitted directly to the state.
I'll have to ask you for copies of those.
Okay, if you'll remind me, I'll be happy to
I
do
will.
that.
Thank you. I have a few other questions. I had a similar question to Councilmember Middleton about the staff recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendations about parking and that change. So I didn't have the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting, but I wanted to ask of staff if that changed your recommendation about parking, or if we should still consider just the per unit amount.
I'm comfortable with the recommendation that the Planning Commission has given to you. Again, it's based on the number of bedrooms, so I think it's slightly more accurate in terms of assessing the parking demand. So again, I'm comfortable with the half a space per bedroom.
Thank you. And then I had a similar question about the numbers. So I see that it says residential units within the CBD zone shall be at a minimum density of 21 dwelling units and then a maximum of 30. 30 is in the general plan, right? That's where
Correct.
that number comes from. And
Correct.
what about 21? Where did that come from?
That also is from the general plan, so it allows a range between 21 units to the acre and 30 units to the acre.
Okay, thank you. And then on the last page, I was looking at who's noticed for these public hearings. And so I see that there's ModCom and there's different probably parties who've said that they're interested. Did we ever notice like the Palm Springs Board of Realtors or the BIA or those types of groups. One problem is that no one's building multifamily in Palm Springs, right? And so for me, I think that we need the input from developers, especially because we might not get those voices in our normal process. So did we engage, or did anyone give comment to that at the Planning Commission meeting?
No, they did not. And this particular ordinance, no, but the other ones that you have on your agenda later this evening, I occasionally attend the government affairs meeting that Desert Valley Builders Association has, and I have kept them updated on the process for those two ordinances, both our small lot and PDD ordinance. So we do forward those ordinances to them for input.
Thank you. That's really important if you're doing that work. I just want to make sure that we have all of those voices included. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Roberts.
Director Fagg, first of all, thank you. I'm excited to see this come forward. My colleague to my left, of course, wanted me to ask where the THC zone was, since we had so much in the CBD zone. But I would never lower myself to humor like that. So I just wanted to say, you know, mixed-use developments are great for so many reasons, and of course, our PDD was originally designed to encourage mixed-use developments, and that sort of ran amok over the years, and not for no reason. I mean, we went through a period where we had simply no development, and we were thrilled to get it, and so the PDD got a little bit deformed, but that's okay. We've got it back on track now. We're about to certainly put it back on track, as Palm Springs is seeing such a great rate of growth again. My question to you is, when you and your subcommittees were really considering this, what elements for encouragement were considered? Any enticements? Anything that we can add to actually encourage developers to do mixed use? Because not only is it good for the community in terms of it creating interesting urban environments, but it has a direct relationship on the reduction of needs for parking and road trips and good impacts on the environment. So I was wondering, in your own opinion, if nowhere else, what do you think we could add to this to make it more appealing, or to entice developers, or to actually reach out to the kind of developers who would want to do projects like this? And I know I'm putting you on the spot with this a little bit, and I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. In terms of the things that we can do, just looking at zoning incentives through our zoning ordinance, one of the key things that we're doing here this evening is we're removing some of the barriers to the development of mixed use. As I had indicated before, we had never identified zoning districts where mixed use is allowed. So that's the first thing. The second thing, in our commercial zoning districts, the C1 district in particular, it says that residential is allowed, but you have to develop it to the R3 standards. Right. So even if you're developing in a commercial district, suddenly you have greater setbacks, you have lesser height, you have lesser lot coverage. And that has been one of the biggest things that has discouraged mixed-use development, is that we have these additional development standards that just don't make the project pencil. So by having consistent development standards in the C1 district, by removing those barriers of additional setbacks and height limitations, what we're doing is a zoning incentive to encourage it to happen. The second thing that we're doing is relative to the parking requirements. I think in the staff report there's a table which shows you the mixed use parking requirements versus the multifamily parking requirements. So we actually require fewer spaces for mixed-use development than we would for multifamily development. And again, that's because there's economies of parking where you have a mixture of uses. So those are two big zoning incentives that can help encourage mixed-use development. That doesn't require us to do financial incentives, but rather it's part of the process incentives. One of the other things that we could do that we're not considering this evening is by reducing the entitlement time frame. Right now, we're requiring a conditional use permit, which requires a public hearing at the Planning Commission. If you wanted to further shorten the entitlement process, what we could do instead of a conditional use permit is make it by right development. So all they need is a major architectural application, and it can be a slightly more simplified process that doesn't require a public hearing.
So thank you for that. And I guess what I would say at this point, rather than putting it in a question form, Mr. Fuller, Dr. Reddy, how do we promote this? How do we actually let the world know we're doing this? So these are these changes we're making are appealing, but how do we actually encourage developers to know about this? Because they're not going to know about it. The ones that have come before, my colleague, Councilwoman Holstead brought this up, and I agree. I'd like to go to the next step of actually promoting development in Palm Springs for the kind of things we're looking for. Since people do want to come here and they do want to develop and they are looking for ways of making money and we do want more housing, how many cities offer this? How do we promote this? Is there any way to promote this? And in the past, we've often also talked about creating a concierge type of environment where if a developer were to come into the city, we could assign somebody to that developer to carry them through the process. But I'm wondering, Dr. Reddy, is there any way to actually promote this type of development? Since it's unusual and since it's very appealing and probably a lot more profitable with the density increases and parking reductions.
So Councilman, now that we're going to have some more enhanced tools like what's before you now, there are economic development strategies that cities use that we've seen used, and we've employed them to certain extents in the past, where you're actually in essence marketing. We're open for business. Come to our city. It's easier to do business. So I think we can coalesce around a strategy based on some of these new materials, particularly if we're also going to be looking at the parking requirement, where our in lieu parking fee goes away. Those are the kinds of things that create a toolkit. That being said, we have always had ability for when projects come in where everyone will get around the table with them early on and at their request and go through any possible issues we have. That kind of a process can be broadened. So, I think certainly, whether it's Business Retention Subcommittee or another subcommittee, we certainly, I think, could put that on the agenda and get back to council with a fuller strategic plan on that.
And what might help, thank you, Dr. Reddy, and what might help is to find out what if anything other cities have already done on this. And frankly, I haven't heard of anything, but I also don't know cities that are as popular as Palm Springs for development right now. We're very profitable. And I just love to see more mixed use in our town. It creates villages and it kind of speaks to the very best that we are. So, since that ended abruptly, I guess what I was asking is if we're going to send it to business retention, if we can find out what other cities are doing, maybe?
Certainly.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I think that's a great idea, if I may. So happy to take that up in our business retention.
Yeah.
And that was what some of my questions are getting at is we really need to ask some of these developers, well, what do you need from the city to be able to build mixed use or multifamily, or we need to really figure out what those barriers are. So we will do that together. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff before we open public hearings? Okay, seeing none, we will open the floor for public comment. Since the city is the applicant, we won't have that. But however, members of the public are invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak on this item? I don't have any names in the system here. Oh, Kathy Wermick.
Wait, Kathy, you don't have a mic.
Now it is.
699 Wilson Lane. I wasn't on the Planning Commission when we did this, but I was on the work group when we recommended making these changes. And I wanted to speak to 2 items in this. And it comes from my experience in Santa Monica, both as an affordable housing developer and on the Planning Commission. We did not add additional parking for 3rd bedrooms. So when you went to, when Flynn was talking, adding a half parking space for each additional, we stopped at 2 because if you add parking for a 3rd bedroom, you discourage developers from building it. So I would really strongly recommend that you not go, you do a half park, if you're going to do a half parking space per bedroom, stop at 2. And the other thing we did in Santa Monica was we allowed additional height it was in the downtown core. And when it started out, we allowed additional height if you developed housing that was at 100% of AMI. And what it really did was it took the height standards up, I think, to about 6 stories, and it built out an entire 6 mile and 6 blocks wide, where developers came in and did it. So additional height and possibly getting rid of the conditional use permit. But Santa Monica was a pretty good example. They used these kinds of incentives to build mixed use on their entire downtown core. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Berman. Hey, Kathy, could you wait? I think Councilmember Middleton has a question.
The additional height, was that allowed, was there a requirement that there be an affordable element?
It was 100% AMI, so the idea was that we were building, at that point, it was housing for people who were in the workforce. It wasn't 50% or 30% or 60% of AMI, but it was a rent that was high enough that people built the additional stories, but you also got rental housing that was somewhat reasonably priced.
Were there any ongoing restrictions that would
that I didn't build into that. I remember suggesting it at a council meeting when I was the director of an affordable housing development, and it got adopted, and then they used that to build out the downtown. But I think their incentives for mixed use were particularly good, and that's how they got it. But the other thing is the parking standard. I really think if you add per bedroom, you'll never see 3 bedrooms.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wormack. We have any other speakers, Mr. Mejia? Seeing
No
none,
other
we will
speakers.
close the public hearing. Public comments. Questions of staff or comments? Councilmember Coors?
Yeah, just one thing just to share with council is I did forward the issue of the parking to the parking consultant PS Resorts hired, who does this kind of work, and they'll have something early next week, so it's not in time for this, but if they do something different than what we do, I'll share it with staff so it can be shared with council before second reading. But I do very much appreciate the comment about 3 bedrooms. And a lot of times those are families and youth who aren't going to have a car, so I think it's important that we want to have some of those larger units for that reason, so I appreciate and support that suggestion.
Councilmember Roberts.
So, Kathy brought up some great points, I think, and Flynn as well, with the elimination of the conditional use permit. That really streamlines the process. I'm wondering if we want to send this back one more time just to make a few more positive changes to it to make it that much more appealing. Flynn, do you want to look at those concepts of reduced parking, maybe some increased height, and the elimination of the conditional use permit?
I think 2 of those items we can do as part of first reading here this evening, and that is the parking. We can adjust that. That's a very simple change. And then the elimination of the conditional use permit. Again, that's a very simple change. In terms of the additional height, keep in mind that we just recently approved a density bonus ordinance. Under the density bonus ordinance, mixed-use developments are permissible, and the additional height is permissible in order to achieve the densities that are needed under the density bonus ordinance. So we already have a tool just recently approved that will achieve that. And the positive thing about the density bonus ordinance and using that as the means to waive the height requirement is that as part of that, we have a covenant requirement that those units stay affordable. And so I think it meets the city's goal of waiving height where we're achieving the other goal of providing affordable housing.
Councilmember Middleton?
Thank you, Director. I'd like to get us voting on this evening if we can, as opposed to kicking it back unless there's something that's truly substantive. But I would support the idea of limiting parking at 2 spaces and also the recommendation to eliminate the CUP.
Councilmember Holstage, do you want to speak? Councilmember Holstage?
Thank you. I just had a follow-up question for Director Fagg about the affordable housing and the density bonus. Can you explain that a little bit more? Because I was actually really interested in the 100% AMI, adjusted median income, because what we really need is that moderate housing, and we were looking at the last item of our RENA numbers, and it's really, we need 50 units for the moderate sort of income. So how did we define it there? We defined it with the federal, I'm trying to remember back. But anyway, I would be interested in the differences there and if that really gets us.
If you'll give me just a moment, because what we did in the Plan Development District Ordinance is adopt the same definition for affordable housing as we have in the Density Bonus Ordinance. So if you give me just a minute.
Thank you. I never run by my questions before because he's so good at answering them on the spot. Thank you.
Let's see. Our definition of affordable housing means ownership or rental dwelling units affordable to households with extremely low, very low, low, or moderate incomes. And so moderate is the category, I believe, that is the working that achieves that goal.
What if we did a reference to the density bonus in this? Because I always think about no one's going to know the policy like you do. We're thinking about someone who's going to read and see what's available, and they might not think to add the density bonus. So maybe that would get us there for now, is adding a reference that it might be available.
Yeah. And again, that's a very easy thing to do that we can do here at first reading, and I'll have that prepared for you at second reading.
So I would support those 3 amendments that we're talking about.
As the maker of the motion, I would accept those as long as we added elimination of the conditional use permit, and I don't know if my mic's on, and the reduction of parking to a maximum of 2 space requirements per unit after 2 bedrooms.
I believe it's 1, so it's
Oh, is it 1 unit? Is it 1 parking space regardless?
It's 0.5 spaces per bedroom up to 2 bedrooms.
Yeah. So it would be 1. Okay.
So did we get all 3 of the amendments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion to approve with the 3 amendments on the reduce the parking to max of 1 space, remove the requirement for a CUP or conditional use permit, and add a reference to density bonus. So motion is on the floor motion is made by Councilmember Roberts, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coors. Motion is on the floor.
Moon, there you go.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item is amendment to the Palm Springs zoning code relating to the regulations for planned development districts, case 5.1439 ZTA. Staff report, please.
Sorry, my mic is off. Mr. Mayor, members of council, this is the Plan Development District Ordinance. Just briefly going through the history, this is something that you saw back at the joint City Council Planning Commission study session that we had in December. This is the culmination of what has been nearly a 3-year process coming forward to you. If you'll remember, City Council approved the recommendations of the Ad Hoc PDD Committee in July of 2017. You approved a work plan to implement those recommendations in January of 2018, and then you looked at an initial draft of this ordinance in December. I'm going to go through this presentation fairly quickly because we've already been through most of it. What I'd like to focus my time on is on some of the suggested changes that you made in December. And what I've done is highlighted those in red in the legislative draft ordinance, which is in your packet. Just to come over the goals very quickly, what we're trying to do is reduce the number of waivers from development standards that have occurred as part of the Plan Development District process, provide greater public input, and then this is also encouraging us to update our zoning code, doing things like we just did with the mixed use ordinance, is to allow more types of development by right in the appropriate zoning district. One of the questions that came up before is what waivers are we eliminating? And just looking at this table here, which I also have in your staff report, Examples of that is we're no longer going to be able to waive height as part of a planned development district application. Now, the exception to that is for affordable housing under our density bonus ordinance. That would still be allowed. Setbacks, we would only be able to waive internal setbacks. Perimeter setbacks would need to be maintained. Open space would need to conform to the minimum standard under the comparable zoning district. Parking, we would only do that where it's otherwise allowed by the zoning code. For example, under the mixed use ordinance where there is a parking reduction there, or under specific parking plans that are permissible. And then density must conform to the general plan. So in terms of the ordinance, we are eliminating a lot of the waivers that were requested before. One of the other things that we've done is we've added language relative to public benefit, but in doing research on this, our city attorney has offered suggestions that we'd be very cautious, that public benefit that is required has to be proportional to the impacts of the project. In terms of the recommendations that were given at the December study session, I'll just go through those and how I've addressed those. First of all, there was a request that we refine our definition of affordable housing, and as we just discussed, I'm using the same definition that we have for our density bonus ordinance, so it's consistent throughout our zoning ordinance in terms of what is affordable housing. Secondly, under the PDD ordinance, there was a request to allow waivers for affordable housing. And so I've added language in the purpose statement that says that waivers would be permissible for affordable housing. And then again, think of how this works in concert with the density bonus ordinance. I think for affordable housing, most likely they would use the density bonus rather than the PDD ordinance, just because the density bonus ordinance is much quicker in terms of the entitlement process. The other thing that was requested that we specify the notice requirements for the neighborhood outreach meeting that occurs prior to going forward with the application. And so what we've done is referenced our standard noticing requirements. And so that's to property owners and residents. I want to make that clear, that's to residents. And so that's apartment dwellers as well, within 500 feet of the subject site, in addition to notifying our organized neighborhoods that are within a half-mile of the subject site. There was also a request for requiring a development agreement. What I would propose to you is that for the smaller, less complex projects, we may not need a development agreement, but for larger projects or for phased projects or ones where there is a dedication of open space, I would suggest that those projects would require a development agreement so that we can specify those terms clearly. It was also requested that we have a defined list of public benefits. And so in one of the sections of the ordinance, we do have a list of the examples of public benefit that would be accepted. One of the things that I was not able to do was to put in a monetized list of public benefit. The reason I wasn't able to do that is because the waivers that would be requested are going to be on a project by project basis. There's no way to quantify ahead of time exactly how to assess that waiver. And so again, what I'm going to recommend based on the direction that we've been given by the city attorney relative to public benefit is that we assess that on a case-by-case basis, looking at the specific impacts of the project. Finally, there was a request on the language change that we're proposing relative to gated subdivisions, that there needs to be documented proof of public safety issues before the Planning Commission can approve a gated subdivision. And by documented proof, what we'd be looking for is police reports and some type of a system where there have been public safety violations that have been documented over a period of time. And so those are the changes that I'm proposing based on the comments that we received at your December meeting. With that, that concludes my presentation. And again, happy to answer questions that you may have about the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. Flynn, do we have questions of staff before we start the public comments? Councilmember Roberts?
Thank you, Director Fagg. On two areas, with the public benefit section, if I understand you properly, and I think I do, and I agree that this is a project by project situation because it would be difficult to monetize. But in that case, very often the impact, and I'm trying to understand how much that changes, because this is radically changing the former way PDDs were brought about, was that we were allowing a much higher density of single-family homes per acre in these environments, and more importantly, on top of their underlying zoning. And that was where we often found a need for public benefit. And it was easy then, and I don't know if it is now, or could be easier, and I don't know that we ever really used it, to monetize the additional gain, because condos are only going to get so much in terms of attached condos. Single-family homes are easy to monetize because we know what they're going to charge for them. It's pretty easy based on comps of, it seems like we're building the same thing over and over again, which is these shoebox houses on postage stamp size lots and their own APN number. So is that how we're monetizing it when we do? What are you using as criteria?
Again, one of the changes that we've looked at, and this was a concern of the ad hoc committee as they were looking at it, is density. Under the ordinance as proposed, density must conform to the general plan. So under the new PDD ordinance, you're not going to get additional units. You're only going to get the units that the general plan would allow. So whether it's condominium units or if it's approximating small lot single family development, regardless, you can't do any units in excess of what the general plan would allow.
But does that also apply to when we're transferring to single family homes from attached units? In other words, the density trades in the past were always about trading density down from attached condos to higher single family densities, which they couldn't have gotten without a PDD. Are you saying that they have to follow their underlying zoning now, regardless of what they're trying to build?
Correct. They have to follow the underlying general plan. One of the other things is the next ordinance on your agenda is the small lot ordinance.
Right.
That we're not going to be doing small lots by PDD any longer, but rather using the small lot ordinance to achieve that goal.
Which we've been working on for years.
Years.
I actually had my hand in that. So my other question, I think you answered my question. So it sounds like what you've written here makes a lot of sense, is that we just probably won't see a lot of need for that trade-off of public benefit anymore.
Correct.
Just because there won't be those massive gains that there were in the past by sort of deforming the zoning. And I'll no longer be able to be quoted as referring to projects as the Frankenstein of zoning. I'll never live that down. My other question was about gates. So I'm really pleased to see the limitations that are placed, they're now going to have to prove their need for gates to violate the general plan, which essentially says no gates. The only question I have is, in the past when we approved gates, sometimes it was because we were putting projects right up against large commercial development, so say shopping centers. So I think Vibe was approved without gates because we were putting it up against the new college. So in that case, what would we do? Would we just allow them to do strong signage limitations within their developments, or what would we do if we're pretty much eliminating, in other words, Vibe couldn't prove using police reports that they need gates, but potentially having a very high density use like a college across the street makes it obvious that people are going to be tempted to go park in those neighborhoods.
Yeah. What we have done, there's actually 3 criteria in that section of the ordinance relative to what Planning Commission must look at in terms of either approving or denying gates around a subdivision. The 3 things that they look at are will the development be impacted by unauthorized parking from adjacent uses? So that was the concern that we had at Vibe relative to the College of the Desert adjacent to it. Traffic impacts, Traffic impacts from adjacent uses beyond the design capacity of the internal streets. So where you're continuing the street grid and it wouldn't be adequate to handle the through traffic, that would be another instance where the Planning Commission could approve gates. And then the third, which is the language that we beefed up, saying that there has to be documented public safety issues within that neighborhood.
I think that that's going to be the greatest challenge, is that last bit. But my question to you is, let's use Vibe as an example. In that situation, why can't we simply say, no gates, but we will come in, you can come in with a very limited parking based on signage. So 2 hours maximum parking, or come in with permit parking in neighborhoods that are at risk.
Yeah. And certainly that's something the Planning Commission could do under this section of the ordinance. So they don't need to approve the gates, but they can look at other options to reduce those impacts.
Well, I worry about that one bit of criteria where you're saying we will still continue to look at adjacencies and developers hanging their hat on that unless we have language in there that says something about using signage or permitting instead.
Yeah, just the opening sentence of that paragraph says controlled access is discouraged. So it starts off saying it's discouraged, and only in certain instances do we even consider it.
Well, it's worse than that. The general plan says no.
Yeah.
And we haven't been abiding by that as much as I had hoped. Yeah. But anyway, okay, thank you for those answers.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a few questions of staff. Thank you, Director Fagg. So I asked in the previous item if the building industry had any feedback about the proposed ordinances or revisions, and you said that they did on other items. So did they have any feedback on this item?
On this Plan Development District ordinance, no, they didn't have any specific comments on this. One of the things that they encouraged us to do is to, again, allow small lot development. So we do have the ordinance that does that. And they do have regulatory concerns that we're being a little bit overly restrictive in terms of reducing the number of waivers that are possible. But again, looking at the goal and what we were trying to achieve through the ad hoc committee, I think this addresses the city's needs relative to planned development districts.
That's another question that I have that is a broad one that you might not have in front of you, but do you have a sense, or did you look at what other cities in the Coachella Valley do on this issue and what it looks like? Could you give a short rundown?
Yes, the ad hoc committee looked at quite a few different examples of planned development district ordinances. We started off with the information that we have available from the American Planning Association, who's written a whole book on the topic, looked at those regulations, and then we went across the state. We looked at about 15 different cities in the state, including cities in the Coachella Valley, but also in the greater LA area and also up north, and then looked at other ordinances where I had been as a planner, so I had access to those and used those as a comparison point. So we did look at a lot of different ordinances. Our previous ordinance did not have as many development standards as some of the other ones that we've seen in the state of California. And so we really looked at what we thought to be ones that helped to achieve the goals of the ad hoc committee and modeled the changes that we've made after those.
So how does this proposed amendment compare to some of those other cities, especially in the Coachella Valley? Because I always think about we're really competing for projects. And if we have too stringent of requirements or a lack of waivers that other cities don't have, something like that, I just think about in comparison to our valley cities, how our ordinance looks.
Yeah, I'm going through, we did a chart of all the different ordinances that we looked at, and I'm trying to find, let's see, Palm Desert. Palm Desert had one that was most like ours in terms of their standards. It's fairly consistent. I think that we have come across as being slightly more restrictive than what Palm Desert would allow now. And again, it was based on the concerns that we've had and how we've used our Planned Development District ordinance in the past. So I will say that we are more restrictive than Palm Desert, just as one of the concrete examples that we looked at.
Thank you. Sometimes we have better developments than Palm Desert, too. I have a few other questions for you. So is it right that included in this ordinance, it says it's on page 5 at the last paragraph, extension and termination of PDD projects. So it says it's proposed that a section of the code be amended to allow a maximum 2-year extension for subdivision maps. That's accurate. So that's what we're doing in
Correct.
this.
So that way maps and the entitlement would expire at the same time.
Right. And are extensions allowed?
Exactly.
Okay.
So the extensions would be for the same time period as well.
Just syncing those up.
Exactly.
And then on page 9, which is the legislative draft of the ordinance, so it sounds like we're only really allowing flexibility for affordable housing projects in this ordinance, right? So there's number 3, it says allow flexibility. I know that's just the intent for affordable housing, but you sort of spoke to probably people won't use this for affordable housing.
I would just say from the time frame to get through the PDD process in terms of the initial outreach meeting, the Planning Commission study session, preliminary and final PDD approval, it would be quicker to go through the bonus density ordinance to achieve affordable housing. It still allows flexibility in certain development standards for all types of development, but as I had mentioned before, that would primarily be internal to the project. What we want to have is consistency at the perimeter of the project so that there's no additional reduction of setbacks or things like that. So it's not just flexibility for affordable housing. Other developments would have a certain degree of flexibility, but certainly not as much flexibility as we granted in the past.
Right. Thank you. So, for example, I'm wondering if there are other reasons we might want to allow flexibility, like for a civic use or a public use, or if there were those other types of, if someone wanted to build a gym for a rec center for a residence on the first floor and then build on top of that, if we wanted to allow density or other discretionary standards for some of those projects. It doesn't seem like that's included in this.
That's one way to go, is the Plan Development District Ordinance. One of the other recommendations of the ad hoc committee is to allow by right uses that have only come in as planned developments before. For example, we have quite a number of churches that came in as planned development districts because we don't necessarily have specific standards relative to the design of churches. There's a number of other things where we don't have standards in our zoning code, and so people have used the PDD process. As you will see us going forward with implementing all of the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, we will be coming forward with additional changes to our zoning code to allow those uses by right so that we don't have to use the PDD process. And again, I think one of the key things is if we're encouraging affordable housing, our density bonus ordinance gives us the greatest degree of flexibility.
Thank you. And then I just have one final question. So on page 15, it talks about the open space requirements, and it talks about the natural features. So I see that this ordinance changed where it says protection of natural landscape features, water courses, sensitive land area, existing native vegetation, wildlife, all of that shall be required. And so that was changed from shall be encouraged, which might mean nothing under the law, to shall be required. But to me, that seems, it could be vague. So is it required every single time? I mean, are those defined earlier? And I think it's an important item that we want to include, but so there's no discretion there for any of those items as it's written.
Yeah, it goes and lists what those natural features would be. So for example, water courses where we have a wash, sensitive land area, environmentally sensitive land areas, existing native vegetation, wildlife, unique topographical features. So those are the things that we would look at as needing to be preserved as part of the open space for a planned development district.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Director. And I'm going to go back to the Gates question. The standard that there has to be demonstrable evidence that there has been some type of crime issue, and I know I'm I'm paraphrasing what the actual language was that you used. What examples of that type of language did you find in any other ordinance for any other city?
I'll confess that that's not one that we examined from other cities. This is something that is very unique to Palm Springs in terms of the language that we have in our general plan and how that results in the language in our zoning code.
At this point, and I know you're incredibly creative, but how do you propose to develop standards that will identify what crime statistics are negligible, which ones are meaningful?
This action here, the request to have gates around a subdivision, is a discretionary action. And so we will present evidence to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will review and decide if it is adequate to really have the gates. Are they necessary? There's certain instances recently where we've had retrofit situations that, based upon documented police reports of theft and other things occurring on the property, where they have approved gates for existing subdivisions. So again, I think the Planning Commission has done a good job in being able to review that information and decide accordingly.
I think I was part of the Planning Commission when St. Baristo had that, so thank you. All right, I'll have some comments on this issue later, but that's my question.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions before we go to public comments? Okay. We are the city is the applicant, so members of the public are invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak on this?
Kathy Wormick again. This is fun, not being on Planning Commission, getting to speak on things that I've worked on. I just want to encourage you to pass this. I think Councilmember Roberts' comments on the adjacent uses, looking at other things than gates in terms of limited parking, were really good, and it was something that the PDD subcommittee and the Planning Commission didn't struggle with and didn't think about, but I think it would be a really great addition. And just to what Councilmember Middleton said, the only time we saw evidence of crime in terms of gates were when people came in with projects where they were asking for an amendment for their PDD to be able to put a gate in. And in those instances, it always had to do with crime issues and their location in an area where people were invading the open space.
Thank you, Ms. Wormuck. We have Mr. Mahia. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Councilmember comments. Councilmember Coors. Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor, and Director Fagg and the subcommittee and Planning Commission. This is so much work and really appreciate it. One area I have a suggested change, which is the controlled access language. And so one comment following up on what Councilmember Roberts said is, I know that there's that, whatever that development is, just next to where Manhattan of the Desert is, off Farrell, when there's been no parking and I go there, all the curbs are parked red and it's only by permits by residents and their guests who can park there. And that is a way to do it without putting gates up, which are against our general plan, which to me is much more appealing. And it's effective because I didn't park there. So just maybe on second reading, we can have that in here. But the changes I have, and this is on page 24 of the staff report, is controlled access is discouraged, period. And I'd cross out where it will interrupt the existing street grid, because sometimes we end up getting then another project next to it, and what could have been a through street turns into 2 or 3 gated communities. So I would delete that section. The next sentence, which reads, controlled access to development shall only be approved by the Planning Commission where the applicant can establish that the development will be, and I would add the word significantly, impacted by unauthorized parking from adjacent uses, traffic impacts from adjacent uses beyond the design capacity of the internal streets, or documented public safety issues. But I would add, and will not negatively impact, let me just get the, which well, that's a separate issue. So it will not negatively impact unauthorized parking, traffic impacts, or public safety at adjacent uses. Because as we discussed at the council meeting, what the studies show, especially regarding public safety, is gated communities slightly can reduce burglaries in gated communities, but they then increase them at the adjacent uses. And so that's really an unfair thing to do to other properties. It should be community-wide. So I'm really concerned. I want to make sure we're looking at that. And same with, if one is gated, then sometimes they're guests. If there's not enough parking, it'll park at adjacent uses. So it's not just how it impacts this new development. We have to care about the existing projects. And I think also language as far as signage is a way to do it, preferable to gates.
Mayor Pro Tem, could I have you read that language back to me again? I got half of it.
Yeah,
and will not negatively impact unauthorized.
So for that one, I would just add the word significantly impacted, right? And then at the end of the sentence, or negatively impact, and then it's the three things: unauthorized parking, traffic impacts, or public safety at adjacent uses. Because we don't do any good if we help a new project and harm existing residents. And all these would come to council, correct?
No, actually, those would go to the Planning Commission.
Only, okay. So,
but they could be pulled forward to the City Council.
I would think anything with controlled access I'd like to see come to us, because we have had different opinions on this, and but we can call it up as long as we're getting notice. But if that could be highlighted, if there's controlled access when you send us that information, I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Can I ask you to repeat that too? Because I think I agree with you. So I heard that you want to change that controlled access is discouraged, period, and then cross it out. And then what were your other changes so I can
So on line 4 of that paragraph, just add the word significantly impacted instead of just impacted. Impacted could be all kinds of different things. Significantly impacted.
Anything would be impacted.
And then at the very end where it says public safety issues, and will not negatively impact unauthorized parking, traffic impacts, or public safety at adjacent uses.
At the last meeting, you said you wanted to just get rid of public safety as a determining factor there.
I do, but I didn't know if I was in the majority, so.
I would support that.
Getting rid of that entirely, or that new language?
I would support your language, but I would also probably prefer to get rid of it as a factor, since the data doesn't seem to bear that out and it just pushes it to other areas. I think staff had recommendations about that last time. I'm trying to recall back. Director Fagg, do you have recommendations about removing the documented public safety issues, since it kind of creates more of a can of worms, in my opinion, than it might help?
I was actually fine leaving that language in, documented public safety issues.
You're fine with that?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Do you have a recommendation to include that or not?
Yeah, I would recommend that we keep that in there with the changes that Mayor Pro Tem has recommended.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Councilmember Middleton?
Right. So I think I may be the lone voice on this one, but with respect, I think we're overkilling this and making a mistake by being not just simply discouraging gated communities. We are making it abundantly clear in the language that we are using here that we are antagonistic to any gated community, that we are skeptical of any concern that could be raised regarding why it would be appropriate to have a gated community. I am not a fan of gated communities. I have sat on a planning commission where I voted to deny gates and then had a city council overrule those votes. So I have those experiences. I'm not coming to you here as an advocate that we gate much of anything. But we have gated communities here in our city, and I frankly won't expose anyone, but I can look around this room And it doesn't take me very long to go to 1, 2, 3, I think 4 gated communities that are present here. The language that we have with a planning commission that understands that City Council is not going to overrule your judgment every time some developer comes through and asks for a set of gates, I think is sufficient. And I really do believe we're opening a can of worms that we will come to regret with trying to define documented public safety issues. So that said, I may be in the minority. I think I may be absolutely alone on this one, but I'll make the statement out there.
Councilmember Roberts.
My experience on the Planning Commission, on multiple planning commissions, and now multiple city councils is that developers will go a long way for gates because gates sell for more money. Projects behind gates sell for more money because there is the false sense of security that comes with gates. And when we've looked at crime reports on gated community versus others, we haven't seen a significant difference. In fact, sometimes what I have heard is that people who live in gated communities have this false sense of security, so they don't use as high level of security on their own homes, like locking their doors. And so it makes it much easier for burglars and those that would bring mayhem to them. I very much encourage as much limitation as we can bring on gates, simply because our general plan requires that. And I think it is the one thing that has made our city unique from the other cities in the valley. And it keeps us feeling like a village, and our communities feeling more like neighborhoods than gated communities. I think everything that is there is good. I would only add that I'd like to see a sentence saying that when considering allowing gates for any purpose, that a consideration first be that permits and parking restrictions be considered as an alternative first. One area we did allow gates, and it made sense to me, and I don't know if it still makes sense, but for senior developments. And again, I don't know if it makes sense anymore then or today as it did then, but I wondered, Flynn, if that's, it doesn't look like, well, it's not written anywhere, but it was one of the criteria that was used in the past. So anyway, if nothing else, I'd like permits and parking restrictions with signage to be considered prior to allowing gates in certain situations.
And I might add traffic calming measures as well.
Absolutely.
Stealing our cars and
Mr. Worthy, you're out of order, please.
Can we still speak?
No, Mr. Worthy, you're out of order.
Theft, crime.
Okay. Okay. All right, Mr. Fagg, could you sort of summarize the changes that you're going to consider in this for the next reading?
Certainly. So the only changes are to Section 3 on page 24 of your ordinance relative to controlled access. The paragraph will be modified as follows. Controlled access is discouraged, period, and the rest of the sentence is omitted. Let's see, controlled access development shall only be approved by the Planning Commission where the applicant can establish that the development will be significantly impacted, the addition of the word significantly. And then at the end of that next sentence, or documented public safety issues and will not negatively impact unauthorized parking, traffic impacts, or public safety at adjacent uses. And then Councilmember Roberts requested that we add language, when considering gated communities, permits, parking restrictions, and traffic calming measures shall be considered first, or something along those lines. I'll refine that language as an alternative. And so those were the only changes that were being proposed.
Hey, anything else? And do we have a motion? I need to see the. I got to see. Okay, do we have a motion to approve? Maybe by Councilmember Roberts, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Coors. Motion is on the floor.
Just for the record, I will be voting affirmative, but my comments on gates have been recorded.
Stolen cars last week.
This isn't going to work.
Alan, please stop it.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next item is item 2D, amendment to the Palm Springs. Oh, but before I continue with this next one, we usually take a break about 9 o'clock, and we're down to up to 9:30. Everybody want to take a break?
Yes.
Quick little break.
Okay, let's try to do 10
It's a
minutes.
long walk unless the
Bio break.
facilities have
I
been.
think this thing is shut all over.
They may.
Well, I was like, I just slept.
Item 2D, public hearing, amendment to the Palm Springs zoning code to establish the R1E zone, a new small lot, single-family residential code, case 5.1398. Staff report, please.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, this is the last zone text amendment that we're doing this evening, so I'll try and go through it quickly. Again, you saw this at the December study session and did not really have any comments relative to the ordinance. The purpose is to provide an alternative to planned development districts to allow something smaller than what our zoning code currently allows, which is a minimum single-family lot size of 7,500 square feet. So the idea was to provide something smaller that still maintained the character of Palm Springs. As part of the study that we looked at, and Council Members Roberts and Council Member Middleton have seen this as part of Planning Commission, we looked at examples of small lot development and began to formulate regulations based on those. But what we really found was that we needed to look at something a little bit more characteristic of what we consider to be Palm Springs development. And this example, the Vista Santa Rosa subdivision in the Warm Sands area, really served as the model for the ordinance that you see before you this evening. Originally mapped in 1927, the lots are about 5,000 to 6,000 square feet, one-story height limit. Again, it's something that is certainly characteristic of Palm Springs, and so we've modeled the ordinance after that. What we're proposing is a minimum lot size of 5,000 square feet. You see the dimensions there relative to lot size, a one-story height limit, and 45% lot coverage. One of the things that we are allowing here in the R1E zone that we don't allow in other zones is zero lot line development, so you can maximize the use of side yards. We're also proposing to allow the use of tandem garages and then also to allow rear-loaded garages. So if someone were to develop a subdivision with alleys, you could put the garages at the back. We mapped out a number of different iterations to assess how this would work in terms of the 5,000 square foot lot size, looking at the setbacks and the lot coverage and so forth, trying to, again, maintain adequate yard space and open space as part of the development. In the next slide, we also analyzed the zero lot line configurations to make sure that they would be appropriate, and then looked at configurations where you could put the garage at the rear of the property or have alley-loaded garages. And so again, that's what we are proposing for you this evening with the R1E zone. This is consistent with the general plan, either the low-density residential general plan designation or the medium-density residential plan designation. And in terms of the implementation, we are not going to rezone properties to R1E, but rather as subdivision applications come in, they would do a change of zone application along with the subdivision map. And so that's the process that we would use with this new zoning district. That concludes my presentation to you. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Okay, do we have questions of staff before we take this to public hearing? None? Okay, seeing none, we will go to public hearing. Members of the public are invited to speak on this public hearing item for up to 2 minutes. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
No.
Yes, Mayor and City Council, Ms. Middleton, gates, gates, gates. Are you kidding me? We've had nothing but a slew of crime up the street. These zero
Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt? Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt? I'm going to instruct Mr. Worthy with respect to the way that these public hearings work so he understands, and if he wishes to continue, he can.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Worthy, this is a public hearing item. The time for you to make random comments about random issues has gone. This item right now is about small lots. It's not about gates. So if you want to make a comment about the small lot ordinance as it's proposed by staff, I'm sure the city council's ready to hear you. Okay. But you can't comment about other things right now. That's against the rules and frankly against the law. So the mayor's not going to allow you to do that.
Oh, okay. So everyone's going to abide by that now from now on. Is that right?
All going to follow the rules of the public hearing. That's correct.
Oh, that's going to start in the new year. Thank God. I appreciate that.
I've been here 2 years and I haven't seen that violated once.
Oh, well, you certainly have. That's absolutely not
Mr.
true.
Mr. Worthy, you're
I'm all for the small lot ordinance and small lots and gates on the small lots.
I certainly
stealing our cars.
I certainly support the First Amendment. However, this evening, Mr. Worthy has continuously disrupted this council and made it difficult for us to do our work, and we have a lot of work on our plate here tonight. So I would like to know if you would support us taking a brief recess while the police handle this challenge to our ability to conduct our meeting.
I believe he's sat down at this point. If he disrupts the meeting again, we certainly could take a recess at that time.
Okay, I've warned him over and over and over. This is the last warning. The next disruption, we will take a brief recess, and I will ask the chief of police to handle the situation for us.
Well, the public has a right to have these proceedings be orderly. There's other people in the room, and the council has business, and I've already heard Councilmember Roberts indicate that the level of disturbance this evening has distracted him from doing the public's work, so that would be appropriate.
Mr. Mejia, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak on this subject?
No.
Seeing none, we will close this portion of the public. We will close the public statements on this here. See, this is disrupting me. I'm sorry. Okay, council, do anyone have comments or questions or discussion on this item? Councilmember Roberts, you didn't show up, but I saw you push the button. No, I just seconded. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, seeing none, got to change my screen here so I can see the. Okay, motion is made by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. Next item, item 1E, request by the City of Palm Springs for a zone text amendment to amend the Palm Springs zoning code relating to accessory second units in residential zones. We will open the public hearing. However, we will take no testimony on this at this time and continue this to the public hearing of February 20th, 2019 at the request of staff. Therefore, we will open this to public hearing. Mr. Mejia, do we have anyone who wishes to speak on this?
No public comment.
Did I say the 19th? Okay. To the 20th. Do we have anyone who wishes to speak?
No comment.
Seeing none, we will close. Do we have a motion to continue till February 20th? Made by Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Holstage.
With the public hearing remaining open, if I understand correctly. Thank you.
Continue the public hearing to February 20th.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. At 10 o'clock, we're supposed to look at the rest of the agenda and decide what we're going to do. You want to keep going until 10, or should we go ahead and do that now? We're 10 minutes till 10. Okay. Okay, next item, item 3A, proposed ordinance amending Palm Springs Municipal Code sections 2.50.3030, 2.50.040, and 2.50.060, modifying provisions related to the Administrative Appeals Board and providing for alternate board members. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. The council gave direction to provide it with an opportunity to appoint 2 alternates to the Administrative Appeals Board. That's what we've tried to do, and the staff report documents the specific provisions that are relevant on the second page of the staff report. I'm available to answer any questions. As for the impact on the actual board itself, we've provided a table that documents who's on the board now and when their term commenced and when it will end. Hopefully that'll be of value. Stand available for questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions of staff? Mr. Mejia, can we take one vote on this? We have to do 2 because of the, one is a...
No, you could do 1 vote.
Okay.
One vote would be fine.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, just one comment is, I don't know if we have to put it in here, but I would suggest that we set regular meeting times like commissions have, and if we don't have a hearing, we cancel them. So people who apply know when they need to meet and not, and maybe do it at the first meeting of the new group. But that will make it a lot easier. Planning Commission, has set times, twice a month they meet, and so people can plan accordingly, and I think we'll have a lot less absences.
It's not in there. It could be in there if the council wants it in there.
Yes, I would suggest that.
Is it more confusing
to have set
regular meetings they get canceled on a regular?
But they don't currently.
I also don't know how that would impact with the actual appellants. Maybe Mr. Mejia can can share, since he's the one who deals with them.
So I've already, the new group that's there, I've emailed them and asked them that on their next agenda that we discuss setting a regular meeting time. I think that it would be helpful if they did 2 meetings a month while we go through the backlog. And then once that's done, we can evaluate if they can move to once a month. But I think it would help appellants to know that the meetings are on the second Tuesday of the month, and then they can plan that accordingly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. We don't have to put it in here, but if you could work with them to come up with dates, I think that would be great.
That can be council direction, and we can encourage them to put that in their bylaws.
Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I think it's incredibly important, especially for working people who have schedules and work and need to schedule around that. So for those of us who have to move our schedule every day for city business, I think that's really important. When do we put it in this versus when do we just allow it to be in the bylaws for each board and commission? Do most boards and commissions have it written in?
Most boards and commissions have it in their bylaws. They schedule their own meeting times.
Okay, so I think that's fine to give direction to staff to have that be a regular meeting. And then I also wanted to raise one other issue. I fully support this. I know it's an urgent item, and I'm grateful for staff bringing it forward. I just wanted to make a note for the City Council subcommittee who did the appointments. So this is a 7-member board now, and I think 6 out of 7 are men on this board. And I've tried to kind of raise it each time. It's really important to not just have one woman on boards. It's marginalizing. It's hard to do the work. So I would just ask, as we move forward in appointing people for these boards, these are terms until often 19, but those people might be reappointed. So till 2021. So we're talking about like 3 years with almost no women on this board, which is an important board. So I would just ask the subcommittees, as we each break into different subcommittees for appointments to these boards, really look at that as a factor so that we don't have this continually happening for our boards and commissions.
I just want to suggest to you that we appointed the one woman that applied, and what I want, and you go on about this very often, and I respect it, but what really needs to happen here is to find ways to encourage women to actually apply. We will get many more women sitting in these seats when they actually apply for the seats, and I think that should be the real starter here. We can only appoint from the talent that shows up here for us, is what I want to suggest.
And that's a question I had written down, is how many female applicants were there? City Council actually does, and commissions do a lot of recruitment. So I actually think that's our job, is to do recruitment for these boards. We recruited for this board. So a lot of the boards and commissions sit as subsidiary bodies to City Council, and that's our job, to make sure that that our boards and commissions reflect our community and reflect all the residents. I think it's important for what types of voices are heard. So I hear you. I know we're all doing the best we can. There are lots, I've appointed a lot of different boards and commissions, but we need to be thoughtful and just cognizant of it, because I think in the past, in the last 10 years, it hasn't been an issue that we've considered when appointing. Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve made by Councilmember Milton, seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. There is no unfinished business. That under new business, approval of the Palm Springs International Airport 2019 Air Service Incentive Program. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I just want to give you an introduction, and the airport director's here if you have any specific questions. He's certainly willing to answer those. I would just note that the Airport Commission is recommending a different kind of air incentive program. As you know, we've utilized it in the past where we've assisted them with grants primarily towards marketing. Our airlines services, as you know, has expanded. We're over the 2 million employment mark. That being said, what the recommendation is basically a modification to waiving landing fees. That being said, there's indications within the industry this may actually be a better way to allow us to have increased service to target cities that are important to our tourism. And there's a $500 $100,000 cap on this. If that is reached, obviously we would need to come back to you and see if you wanted to continue further. That being said, I would also note that in the yellow folders, there is a updated incentive program policy, which has the modified anti-discrimination language. And so I would just note that. And if you have any questions, Mr. Nolan is here and can address them specifically. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions of staff? Any discussion? Okay, motion to approve is made by Mayor Pro Tem Kors, seconded by
As to the yellow file version, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
The newest version, which is in the yellow files. Ubiquitous yellow file. Made by Councilmember Kors, Mayor Pro Tem Kors, seconded by Councilmember Middleton. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next one, item 5B, consideration of changing general municipal elections from November of odd-numbered years to even-numbered years. Staff report, please.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, the City Council is requested to provide direction regarding changing the city's general municipal election from November of odd-numbered years to even-numbered years. The City Council Subcommittee on the CVRA has studied this issue, and I defer to Mayor Pro Tem Kors and Councilmember Middleton. However, I'm available for questions, and the potential options are outlined in the staff report.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Fuller, it indicates you want to speak. Did you speak? Okay.
Are you running for office, Marcus?
Okay, who wants to address this?
I guess I'll go first. One of the things that we have clearly seen, and I'm going to be really short with this, is even in our city, where turnout in odd-year elections is quite high and much better than in our adjoining cities and in our county and in our state. The turnout in presidential election years and the turnout in gubernatorial election years is significantly higher than it is in the odd-year elections. Even if we account for drop-off, which there is expected drop-off from top-of-ballot voting to bottom-of-ballot voting, we still will have more people going to the polls if we get on to the even years. This is a direction that the legislature is pushing most municipalities, and I want to thank the city clerk for outlining for us, I think, 3 really good options in terms of making this change. And this will be a little bit of bragging on Palm Springs, but the standard practice throughout California of cities making this change has been to extend the terms of council members by 1 year in order to get on cycle. The remedies that we are looking at here in Palm Springs are to diminish terms by 1 year, and it is pretty rare to find a elected official who is about to vote to decrease the amount of time that they are on office.
Sure, and I think what the council has given direction before on would be that the 2019 election, which is currently planned, just be for a 3-year term, which will get us onto cycle for those 3 seats, and then the 2 council members who are in their 2nd year, which are council members Middleton and Holstage, their term ends in 2021, and then they would be elected for a 3-year term to get them on cycle, was what we discussed before.
And what I'm going to suggest is that we do select option 2. And on option 2, we would hold the election for seats 1, 2, and 3 in 2019. And we would move forward the election for districts 4 and 5 to November of 2020. And we would then be fully on cycle in 2020, and we will have had our municipal elections in each one of our districts. One other advantage to holding the election for districts 4 and 5 in 2020 is we will go through one full complete cycle with this existing map that we have now, and therefore we will eliminate the remote possibility, but still the possibility that if we have elections in 2021 for districts 4 and 5, that we will have redrawn maps based on the new census and could conceivably have someone who was in 2019 in District 4 or 5 and then find themselves in 2021 in District 1, 2, or 3. And again, I think that's an extremely remote possibility, but the possibility exists. And then that individual would not have an opportunity to vote until 2024. Or 2022, excuse me.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I agree with that as long as both council members who are having their term shortened agree with it. And so we were unable to talk to Council Member Holstage about this. So I would support that, but only if it's good with the two people, because it's you are elected for your terms.
I agree with that too, because we've really in the past discussed option 3 because we didn't want to suggest that people who are already elected would cut their term short by a year, unless it was ours. But if you guys are willing to do it, we would make it 2 years earlier that we get onto the proper cycle. Councilmember Holstage?
Going to be the determining vote. It's hard. I think that there's pros and cons on both sides. One, the people elected us to 4-year terms, and I want to respect that. But I also see on the other side the value of following the law, which we should comply with and have even year elections by 2020. And I think that there's a lot of value in more voter participation and larger voter turnout. In even year elections. That's why the state changed the law. So I think that I would weigh on this side of going to even year elections sooner. I'm uncomfortable having longer, going further than 2020 to get on cycle. So I think that all weighs in favor of moving to even years and having our election in 2020. I think a lot of people have asked, well, you're districted now, but you're at large. So I think it's an interim time where we're at large, and it's a little weird with our new districted system. So I think that I'm fine with that. I would support the choice of the people to decide under the new district map in 2020.
Mr. Mayor, if I just could interrupt real quickly, I just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding. The state, SB 415, asked that cities transition by 2022. And you said
we just had to have a plan by 2020, is that right?
Yes. Or by 2018. But the law gave you guys 4 years to complete the transition, or at least to initiate the transition. So if you wanted the first time to go on cycle being 2022, that's what the state law asked for.
Do other council members have comments? I really wanted to decide based on city council's input. It's not about me or my term.
I'd go either way, but I just feel that, you two would be the ones potentially that could feel cheated out of it. It can change. So we're just really at that odd place where we need to decide what works best for us. I think in the end we're doing that for the voters, but I can go either way. But I'll let I really look to you two because you'd be shorted in the deal.
Actually, if we took option 3, your second term would be limited to 3 years. So either way, it's a total of 7 in 2 terms. But as Councilmember Middleton said, it does get us to as you guys said, it does get us to the district elections a year earlier and complete the whole process 2 years earlier. Well, Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem, what's your motion?
I'm going to take it away because I thought we had one. Look, I would only support moving districts 4 and 5 to 2020 if both council members Middleton and Holsted were good with it. Otherwise, I think the plan we previously discussed works really well.
Did you get input from the Voting Rights Work Act about people's preferences or what?
They said it's up to the city council. Right?
They dodged.
I think that's what the report says.
Do you have any comments, the working group? I know you spent some time on this.
Chair of the CVRA working group. Our recommendation was a 3-year term for the for seats for districts 1, 2, and 3 that were coming up, that people who had been elected to a 4-year term serve it, and that on the next election for districts 4 and 5, it was 3 years. So it was a slightly more conservative and recommendation, and it was respecting the will of the voters for a 4-year term for people who'd been elected to a 4-year term. And also it left continuity on the council. So that, we actually never looked at this option, is what I'd say. It never occurred to us.
I know we're going to get some questions that if we hold an election in 2021, that there's a cost attached to it. All of the numbers that I've heard in the past are fairly de minimis, but Mr. Mejia, could you give us some sense of, if we hold an election in 2021, approximately what kind of a cost are we looking at?
Currently, our elections cost about $100,000. We anticipate that when we go on cycle, we'll see a slight decrease, because there will be more cities participating in that election and absorbing the cost. But the registrar of voters really doesn't give you an estimate on the cost of the election until you get closer. However, I don't think they have plans on not holding an election in November of odd years for some time. So we would still be able to participate in that cost savings and not have to go to some kind of standalone election.
There's no perfect answer on this, and one of the things that we're doing is if we are in for 2 terms, and then it would be 7 years total. And it's just the question of whether it's 4, and then hopefully with the judgment of the voters, 3 more additional years, or 3, and then back to the voters and ask if they will reconfirm us for another 4-year term.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Coors. Would you state the motion, please?
So I'm going to move option 3, which is what we previously had directed. Because I don't feel comfortable making a motion cutting people's terms short.
No, it's just, honestly, it's a difficult conversation because I feel like we haven't had a lot of public feedback about that. And it feels like you're sitting in a weird place deciding your own term where the people decided it, but we sit up here. But I actually do think that there's a lot of benefits to moving to 2020. Like I said, higher voter participation, real participation in the district system, people being able to choose their districted representatives, and then they can choose in 2020 who that should be for those districts. So for me, I think that all weighs in favor of the option
2. I have so changed my motion to option 2.
And I accept that amendment. I think it will be even more odd for the public if we extended our terms. I think reducing them isn't as big of a stretch.
But just for the record, are we the only city in California that have reduced our terms to move to districts in even years instead of extending our own terms?
I'm pretty sure you are.
We think we are.
We're trailblazers.
We're trailblazers, leading the way.
Okay, motion.
I am supportive of option 2.
Option 2.
Motion for option 2 has been made by Mayor Pro Tem Coors, and seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor.
This is direction to staff.
Motion passes 5-0.
We're going to bring a formal action back to the council to accomplish this change.
Mayor, we need to look at the rest of our agenda.
Okay, it's 10 after 10, and with accordance with our procedures, we will look at the rest of the agenda. We have item C, review of appointments to City Council subcommittees, D, discussion of California Voting Rights Act, and E, appointment of various commissioners and board members as part of the 2018 annual recruitment process. So we have 3 more items left. E, I think we need to do.
I have to leave by 10:30 tonight, so.
I think E we need to do.
I think E we need to do. D, I would like to see us defer that until we have sufficient time to.
I agree.
Yes.
I disagree because we have our voting rights working group in the audience. So I think with them sitting through the meeting, they're okay with that.
And some of them have left. Yeah.
They're okay with that.
Yeah.
So then I take that back.
That's a long conversation. And so
long conversation.
Councilmember Middleton and I asked the city manager if we do delay this to the next meeting, if we could put this as the first item on the agenda before public hearings even, so we can have a thoughtful discussion when everyone's at their best, and the working group who spent so much time in here lately can be here for that, and then they can leave if they don't want to stay for the rest of the meeting.
Can I make a suggestion? We might want to do it after public hearings because public may want to speak on this item. If it's on the agenda, they may want to speak on it. And
well, they will. Right?
I had to have any agenda item before the first public comments on agenda items.
It would be after that.
Yeah, so it would be after that.
After the public comment on agenda items. Agreed. And then I think on appointments, is there any reason I can't wait to the next meeting? Or is it very quick?
I think it's likely to be very quick because I suspect most of us want to simply continue on the assignments that we have. There are a couple that have been merged that we need to make a decision on, but essentially, if I'm wrong in my judgment that most of us want to simply continue with what we have, this can be dealt with fairly quickly.
Okay, so it sounds to me like the consensus is to go ahead and do item C and E and defer item D to the beginning of the next scheduled meeting right after the public comments. Okay, I don't think we have to vote on that, with just a consensus. Okay, next item is item 5C, review and make appointments to City Council subcommittees, city representatives to projects, liaisons to city commissioners and boards, and representatives to external organizations. Is any staff report on this, or I guess it wouldn't be a staff report, it'd just go to council member comments? Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Did you want to go first since you worked on this?
Let me go, Mr. Mayor, since you and I were the subcommittee on trying to streamline the subcommittees and standing committees, perhaps we could start with that. And we went through all of the various assignments that we had. We called for merging just a couple of committees, the Library and College of Desert, Affordable Housing, and Homelessness. Then there were a number of committees that are ad hoc committees that we either called for the elimination of those committees or a sunsetting of those committees. And most of the places where there was a recommendation to sunset, there was a date identified so that that committee was set up to get some work done to make a recommendation back to full city council, and we're identifying clearly what those dates are going to be. And we reached consensus rather quickly on this.
Yeah, well, Councilmember Middleton did most of the work on this, and I sent it to me, and it looked great with a couple minor adjustments, and then we were in agreement on it. Councilmember Middleton, you already spoke. Mayor Pro Tem Coors.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I very much appreciate the work on this and the streamlining. So just a couple comments. One is, since if we merge affordable housing and homelessness, Councilmember Holstage was on both, but I'm on one, Councilmember Middleton's on the other. If you don't care, I'd like to stay on that. Okay. Okay, thank you. I would suggest, just because it comes up with PS Resorts and some of the various groups, that the downtown maybe include, we merge downtown park, downtown, and maybe the Plaza Theater into one downtown subcommittee that's a standing subcommittee that can actually, because they're related, and things in the park relate to the downtown project, and so just an idea as we're merging them to consider. And the only other thing, I'm fine with everyone staying where they are. The only change I would like, but it's only if Councilmember Holstage is good with it, is for me to become the liaison for Parks and Rec and you for sustainability, because I know, although we're both working on issues on that, I think just based on the timing of the meetings, it might work better for our schedules.
Yes.
Okay.
On that, I would defer to Councilmember Roberts and Middleton on the downtown and the plaza. It's fine with me, but I'd leave it to them.
I'm certainly fine to do that. I would like to stay with the library and work on that, because I have invested a tremendous amount of energy in that. But as far as the plaza, downtown, and the park, I'll defer to the wishes of my colleagues.
Fine with me, because actually, Councilmember Roberts has done this so many times before. He really is the driving force on this.
The call makes sense to me to combine them all.
So Councilmember Roberts and I are on Downtown Park, and then Councilmember Roberts and Middleton are downtown, and then Roberts and the mayor are on the Plaza Theater, right?
So I can sit where I am.
You will stay.
Are you sure that we need to merge the plaza? I mean, the mayor and Councilmember Roberts have put so much energy in this. I think that it would be a mistake to take either one of you off of the plaza.
So far, neither one of us, both of us have said we are not going to be running for re-election. So after we leave, you can, when you do the committees at that point, you can make a decision on that.
I think Councilmember Roberts will still be on that committee, even after he's off council.
Then we might want to think about continuity and maintaining someone who will continue.
Well, we both told the public at our meeting that after we're not on the council anymore, surely, we intend to set up a group of residents under a 501c3 to work on this, and we both committed we wanted to work on it when we were no longer on the city council.
I think you're a great subcommittee for the theater. I wouldn't change that. I was just thinking in general for a lot of our committees, that might be a factor we want to look at.
I would certainly be willing to sit in on some of the plaza meetings without saying anything in order to create some transition plan.
Okay.
But I would like the two of you to stay as that committee.
I'm happy to do it.
So can I ask about the downtown project for staff? Do you have a recommendation about if it would be better to have the downtown park and the downtown subcommittees merged or separate? I forget the thinking about that originally.
Well, I think that there's an efficiency to having them combined, and it would make sense, actually, because a lot of the downtown park is it's all sort of fungible with the downtown project.
Yeah. That makes sense. I'm fine with that.
I'm fine with staying with that. Okay. So who's the appointment? It's Roberts and Middleton.
The only external organization that I made a statement about making a change from was the Coachella Valley Mountain Conservancy Board, and I have very much enjoyed being a part of that. Their meetings occur just an hour and a half before Riverside County executive meets. That's not an issue when we have Riverside County meetings in Coachella Valley or in the past, but it is an issue in being able to attend those meetings when they are in western Riverside County. So if I continue on the Mountain Conservancy, I will probably miss at least one, probably 2 meetings per year. And if there's someone who would like to take that assignment on, I would be certainly willing to step down.
Is there an alternate for that?
The alternate has been Mayor or Councilmember Roberts. Mountain Conservancy.
Because usually if someone's going to miss 1 or 2 meetings, the alternate.
All right.
Did you want to switch off the committee, or is the alternate system fine for you?
Alternate is fine. So are we, other than that, everyone stays with what they've had.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Thank you again for all the work on combining these, because cut down on meeting times, which is always good. And also, as we also discussed, we want to continue to let our appointed boards and commissions really take a lot of involvement in these and help us with these. Do we need to vote on this?
Just 2 more, where on the ad hoc subcommittees, there was a suggestion to merge capital projects and deferred maintenance, which right now are Moon and Holstedge and Moon and Roberts.
Sorry, merge, which one are you talking about?
Capital projects and deferred maintenance. Those are 2 ad hoc subcommittees right now.
I would like to stay on that one. But I'm fine with merging them.
Those capital projects, I'm sorry.
It's capital projects and merging that with deferred maintenance. You serve on both of them right now. Robert serves on deferred maintenance, and Holstedge serves on capital projects.
Right. So it'd be Moon and Holstedge if you don't care.
Yeah.
Okay. And the last one is, there was a suggestion to merge affordable housing and homeless service providers.
And that will be Holstedge and Course.
Okay.
Are we adopting all these recommendations? So all of those, and then I was trying to follow our structure here. So, and then you just identified a few that you wanted to discuss, but otherwise we're going to adopt these in whole.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, City Clerk, you have all that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, motion to approve?
Yeah, we do.
We'll go ahead and vote on it.
Let's do that, because certain regional boards require a vote.
Motion is made by Mayor Pro Tem Corrs, seconded by Councilmember Roberts. Motion is on the floor.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, item 5D will be, as we discussed, tabled to our next meeting. Item 5E, appointment of various commissioners and board members as part of the 2018 annual recruitment process. Staff report, please.
Honorable Mayor and City Council, the City Council interviewing subcommittees have conducted interviews for the Human Rights Commission, Board of Appeals and Sustainability Commission, and the recommendations for appointment are presented in the staff report, and I'm available for questions.
Councilmember Roberts?
Just one question. On the Board of Appeals, why are we appointing only 1 person?
We only have 1 applicant.
Okay, so we still have 2 seats open on that?
We will still have 3 vacancies on that board.
On top of this?
It's a 7-member board. With Peter being appointed, that makes us at least have a quorum if the board were to need to meet.
I want to be clear.
This board meets very, very rarely.
This is not the Administrative Appeals Board.
Right. And the Board of Appeals hasn't met since 2016.
Yeah, I was going to say this board very, very rarely ever meets.
This would be a good example where Dr. Reddy's recommendation to move in the direction of a hearing officer may be something you want to take seriously at some point in the future.
Yeah, in this case, it would definitely make sense. To hold a whole board on this that meets, what, once every 2 or 3 years? Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm good with this then.
Building Board of Appeals.
A motion to approve made by Mayor Pro Tem Corrs, seconded by Councilmember Holstedge. The motion is on the floor.
Get you back for a few more.
Motion passes 5-0.
Excuse me. Next item is public comment for non-agenda items. This time has been set aside for members of the public to address the City Council on items of general interest within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. Although the city values your comments pursuant to the Brown Act, it generally cannot take any action on items not listed on the proposed agenda. 2 minutes will be assigned to each speaker. Do we have any speakers, Mr. Mejia? not showing up.
Someday.
There they are. Okay, we have 3 speakers. First is Mr. Darrell Terrell, then is Mr. Alan Worthy, then Mr. David Nuami. Mr. Terrell.
Hi, my name is Darrell Terrell from Moreno Valley. Good evening. In White versus Massachusetts Council of Construction Employers, the mayor of Boston issued an executive order requiring all projects funded in whole or in part by city funds to performed by a workforce at least half of which were city residents. The Supreme Court held that when a state or local government expends only its own funds for public projects, the city acted as a market participant and was not subject to the restraints of the Commerce Clause. Tonight, that's why I am submitting into the public record a proposed Hire Palm Springs First program. It would require all companies and individuals who contract with city construction of public works or receive non-federally and state-funded subsidies to make a legitimate effort to employ qualified residents. The requirement in this proposed program would apply to public works contracts and subsidized projects exceeding $100,000. It will require at least 50% of the construction workforce and ongoing employment workforce following completion of the project to be comprised of qualified residents. The business or contractors would be required to make a good faith effort to meet that goal. It will require that all city public works contracts over $100,000 make a good faith effort to employ apprentices who are enrolled in the participating and viable apprenticeship program serving Riverside and San Bernardino County and approved by the State Department of Apprentice Standards. I want to present this into the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Terrell. Mr. Mejia, please note that Councilmember Roberts had personal business and has been excused for the remainder of the meeting. Okay, the next speaker is Alan Worthy.
How convenient. Mr. Roberts doesn't want to hear it. That was not a mistake, was it? I don't even know where to begin. Yeah, I got wound up earlier, a little confused about the graph. It didn't say anything about the walls or the gates. But the point is, I have read this before. I'm still in court, and I had an email about 8 o'clock from this latest criminal's attorney bringing me back to court because I cannot get a police report out of any of you. Mr. Kotkin, we had this conversation impromptu. I prevailed the first time, and the second time, it goes a little gray. They're bringing me back to court on all of these things. This one didn't suffice, my reading this out. The second group of criminals, elder abuse, dependent abuse, identity theft, taking excess of $3.2 million and committing aggravated white-collar crime, all of this fraud on the title of my condo and my loan and the BIA. Can I get a police report to go to court? Now I have to go first thing tomorrow morning and file a motion to get this idiot off of my back. Because he thinks now I owe him money, and they're trying to charge me with all of these felonies that he has committed. Did this exhibit not work for you? Did I have had zippo response from anybody in this city about this Joe Pond style crime? Mr. Mayor, do you know what you look like with this going on and on and on? How about this exhibit? A week before Powell's death, well, the 2 weeks Mr. Worthy was in a coma, you could say, gave himself power of attorney, check. Also listed himself as prime beneficiary of one of Powell's or Worthy's bank accounts, 3.
Thank you, Mr. Worthy.
You must be kidding me.
Thank you, Mr. Worthy. Your time is up.
Please resign,
Our next speaker is David
resign.
Nuami.
Resign. How many murders are we going to have?
Next speaker is Mr. David Nuami. Mr. Nuami? Yes. Please come up to the podium.
Good night, Mr. Roberts. Wasn't that charming? Violation of your oath, people.
Want to yell at us? I am concerned, and I don't know where to begin because I am being evicted for the 10th time in 10 properties over 10 years for the same reasons. With the property values having declined back in 2008 and 9, and the acquisition by new owners, and the implementation of the new theory of vacation rentals, it has created a significant shortage of and hardship for renters, long-term renters that are, I've been here 15 years. I've been renting for 10. And I have a trust that pays my bills. I'm on disability. I've never been arrested. I've never had anything. I'm going to drive for Lyft. So, I feel like I'm being victimized by my current landlord, who's discriminated against me. He has confronted guests that arrived, labeled some of my friends because they're bald and they might have tattoos, which describe half of the gay community, all right, that they're undesirable or they're drug addicts. And he's gone so far as to contradict himself as to the purpose. He lives on site. It's 8 units. It's on Thornhill. So, the vacation rental model should be looked at and further examined for alternatives in housing. And I have some.
Thank you, Mr. Noma. You're over your time. But thank you. Any material you have, you can give to the city clerk, and he'll distribute it to the city council.
Okay. Yeah, I was going to prepare something in writing. This was kind of
Anything you give to Mr. Mejia, he will make copies of it and send it to all the city council members.
I'll go ahead and I'll prepare that and I'll get it to you.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have anyone else who wishes to speak this evening, Mr. Mejia?
No other speakers?
Seeing none, we will close the final public comments period. City Council and City Manager request and upcoming agenda items. This time is set aside for the City Council to make requests of staff and/or issues of concern to council members are briefly presented, prioritized, and set for future meeting dates. Mayor Pro Tem Kors.
Thank you, Mayor. And I mentioned this earlier, but if possible, given other work for the staff on February 20th, just the cannabis tax and the moratorium that we discussed. And I think there's one other issue we discussed that Mr. Cochran will remind me of at another time and let the city manager know related to cannabis, I think, that you mentioned earlier. But if we can get that on the 20th, we made the decisions on those things at our subcommittee meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And the only thing is the film festival at some point would like to do a presentation on the results of the film festival, short couple-minute presentation, whenever that's convenient to schedule. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Holstage.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a comment for the cannabis subcommittee. Since this is the only time we get to talk, but a lot of cities really are moving towards the cultivation of hemp, which is the new cannabis because it's what makes CBD oil. And so I know we've been on the forefront of cannabis issues. And so if the cannabis subcommittee could look to see if our ordinances allow for, incentivize the cultivation, production of hemp products, I think that would be helpful so that we could continue to be a leader in the industry. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Next item.
Mr. Mayor, I would just like to turn your attention to the future items, and just item number one, the council subcommittee for the convention center operations contract. As you know, we were out to bid. There's a process that we've been going through, and the subcommittee has recommended that since this is a significant decision, that the entire council have an opportunity to hear the both vendors who submitted during the RFP process. So what we'd be recommending for that, instead of doing it at a regular meeting, have a special council meeting just for that purpose. And we're probably looking in a March timeframe, and wondered if we might be able to zero in on a specific date.
I think Councilmember Coors and I are on that ad hoc committee. It sounds good to me. What do you think? It's very complex, and it would probably, it would take up an entire city council meeting if we.
Does it make sense, given Councilmember Roberts isn't here, to email some options?
Sure.
Yep.
We will do
Does
so.
that work for folks? Yeah, and then everyone can look at their schedules. But I do think it's important enough, and there are going to be questions. We've sat through all the interviews, and the mayor's actually watched the initial interviews. Councilmember Holstage sat through the recent ones. Councilmember Middleton was there for part of it, but didn't have an opportunity to ask questions because it's an ad hoc, and I think it's important to really get the full picture.
And there's 7 hours of videos. If anyone wants to watch them, I'll send you the link.
Helpful for our community on an issue this important to hear from both sides and to have an opportunity to weigh in.
Also, it will allow us, if we have a number of public speakers, it will give them an ample opportunity to speak without being under any time pressures. Okay. Anything else? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn. The City Council will adjourn to a special meeting on Wednesday, February the 13th at 2:00 p.m. in the large conference room at City Hall. With that, we are adjourned at 10:35.